I knew something was wrong the moment I turned onto that street. It wasn't just quiet. I've been to quiet places before, villages at dawn, empty roads in winter. But this felt paused, like the world had taken a breath and never let it out. My car slowed on its own. I didn't remember easing my foot off the pedal, but the engine dropped to a soft hum as the houses came into view. Every single one looked the same. Faded paint, closed curtains, no lights, no movement. And yet, none of them looked abandoned. That's what pulled me in. I had come here for a reason. A simple one: photography. I run a small channel, nothing big, just urban exploration. Old places, forgotten spaces, people like watching decay, I guess. It feels safe when it's on a screen. This street wasn't even on my list. I found it by accident, following a broken road that wasn't supposed to lead anywhere. But when I saw that last house at the far end, something about it made me stop. Even now, I can't explain what that something was. I parked near the sidewalk, engine still running. For a moment, I just sat there, looking through the windshield. No wind. No birds. Not even the distant sound of traffic. It felt like sound itself didn't belong here. I turned off the engine. The silence that followed wasn't normal. It pressed in, heavy, like closing a door on the world. I stepped out of the car slowly, camera already in my hand. The gravel under my shoes sounded too loud, like I was disturbing something that didn't want to be disturbed. I told myself I was overthinking. Happens all the time when you explore alone. Still, I locked the car. I don't usually do that. The houses lined the street in perfect rows, but none of them had signs of life. No cars in driveways, no bikes, no trash bins, no footprints on the dust. Just stillness. I raised my camera and took a shot. The shutter click echoed. That shouldn't happen outside. I lowered the camera slowly and glanced around, waiting for something to move. A curtain twitch, a shadow passing. Nothing, but the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got stronger. Like I was being watched. I started walking toward the house at the end. Each step felt heavier than the last, not physically, just like I was crossing some invisible line. Halfway down the street, I noticed the windows. At first, I thought it was just the angle of the light. The glass looked dark, almost black, even though the sun was still up. I moved a little closer to one of the houses on the left. And then I saw it. My reflection wasn't there. I frowned and leaned in, tilting my head slightly. The glass should have shown something, even a faint outline, but it didn't. It was just empty, like looking into a screen that wasn't turned on. I stepped back. Okay, I muttered under my breath, trying to laugh it off. Weird glass, that's all. But I didn't try to check again. I kept walking. The house at the end of the street looked older than the rest. Its paint had peeled more. The front gate hung slightly open, creaking softly even though there was no wind. That sound, it didn't match the silence. It was too clear, too close. I raised my camera again, focusing on the gate. Clicking. Again, the shutter echoed. This time, it lingered a little longer. I lowered the camera slowly, my fingers tightening around it. Something wasn't right with the sound here. I stepped through the gate. The moment I crossed into the yard, I felt it. A shift, like stepping into colder air, even though the temperature hadn't changed. The grass was overgrown, brushing against my ankles as I moved. It made a soft rustling sound, but even that felt delayed, like it was happening a second too late. I stopped, listened. Nothing. Then I heard it. A faint creak. Not from the gate. From the house. I looked up. The front door was closed. The windows were dark. But I was sure the sound had come from inside. Probably wood settling, I whispered to myself. Old houses do that. But the way the sound lingered, it didn't feel natural. I took a step closer to the porch. Then another. Each step felt like I was being pulled forward, even though part of me wanted to turn around. I told myself I'd just take a few photos and leave. That was the plan. Quick shoot, no exploring inside, just exterior shots. I climbed the porch steps slowly. They didn't creak as much as I expected, just a soft, dull sound with each step. Too soft. I reached the door. Up close it looked worse than I thought. Scratches along the wood, deep ones, like something had dragged across it over and over again. I ran my fingers over one of them. The wood felt smooth, not rough like it should have been. That didn't make sense. I pulled my hand back quickly. "Don't touch anything," I whispered. "Just take the pictures." I stepped back a little and raised my camera. As I adjusted the focus, something shifted in the frame. I froze. There, in the window beside the door. A shape. I blinked. It was gone. I lowered the camera slowly, my heart beating a little faster now. "Just light," I said, "just reflection." But that didn't make sense either. The windows didn't reflect anything. I looked at the glass directly. Dark, empty. Still, I swallowed and forced myself to take another shot. Click. This time I didn't wait. I turned and stepped off the porch, my pace a little faster now. I told myself I had enough. No need to push it. As I walked back toward the gate, I felt it again. That pressure, stronger now, like something behind me had started paying attention. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to. Halfway across the yard, I heard it. A soft thud from inside the house. I stopped. My chest tightened. Another sound followed. Slow, measured, like footsteps. I stood there frozen, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. Old houses make noises. Animals get inside. Wind. There was no wind. The footsteps continued. One, then another. Each one slow, heavy, moving closer. I turned. Just a little. Just enough to see the door. It was still closed. But the sound, it was right there, on the other side. I took a step back. Then another. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Because now, it felt like whatever was inside had stopped too. Listening. Waiting. For me. I didn't run. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to make noise. Maybe I didn't want it to know I was scared. I walked back through the gate, trying to keep my breathing steady. Step by step. Slow. Controlled. But the moment I reached the street, something made me look back. I wish I hadn't. The window beside the door. It wasn't empty anymore. There was something there. Not clear, not fully visible. Just a shape. Standing still. Watching. And for a second, just 1 second, I had the strongest feeling. That it wasn't looking at the street. It was looking at me. I got into my car without taking my eyes off the house. Locked the doors. Started the engine. My hands were shaking now. I told myself to leave. Just leave. But before I could shift into drive, something caught my attention. My camera. It was still on. The last photo I took, it was open on the screen. I hesitated. Then I looked down. The picture showed the front of the house. The door. The window. And in that window, there was someone standing inside. Clear this time. Close to the glass. Staring out. At me. But that wasn't the part that made my stomach drop. It was the face, because I recognized it. It was mine. I didn't drive away. That's the part I still don't understand. My hands were on the wheel. The engine was running. All I had to do was press the pedal and leave that street behind. But I didn't move. I just sat there, staring at the camera screen. The image didn't change. The house looked the same. The porch, the door, the dead grass. But in the window, I was still there. Standing inside. Closer than I remembered. My face looked wrong. Not distorted, not blurred. Just still. Too still. I slowly lifted my eyes from the camera and looked back at the real house. The window was empty again. Dark, flat, like nothing had ever been there. My chest tightened. "Okay," I whispered, "camera glitch." It sounded weak even to me. I looked back down. The figure was still there. Me, staring out. But this time, I noticed something new. The angle was different. Not by much, just enough. In the photo, I was standing a little closer to the glass than before. I hadn't taken another shot. I knew I hadn't. A cold feeling crept up my spine. I turned the camera off. The screen went black. For a second, I saw my reflection in it. That was normal. That felt real. I let out a slow breath and leaned back in the seat. Just leave, I told myself. You got what you came for. But the thought didn't stick, because something else had started bothering me. The windows. Not just that one. All of them. Every house on that street had windows that didn't reflect. I hadn't imagined that. I knew what glass should look like. Even dirty glass reflects something. Light, shadows, movement. These didn't. They looked like holes. I glanced back at the house again. The front window was still dark. Still empty. But the longer I looked at it, the less sure I felt. Because the darkness wasn't flat anymore. It had depth. Like I was looking into a room, not at a surface. I swallowed. Then, before I could stop myself, I opened the car door again. The air outside felt heavier now. Thicker. Like it had been sitting still for too long. I stepped out slowly, my eyes locked on the house. "Just one more look," I said under my breath. That was the excuse. It didn't feel like the truth. I walked back toward the gate, slower this time. More careful. The silence hadn't changed, but now it felt aware. Like it was listening with me. As I stepped through the gate, I kept my eyes on the window. Waiting. Nothing moved. No shapes. No shadows. Just that deep, unnatural dark. I climbed the porch again. Each step felt louder than before, even though they barely made a sound. I stopped near the door, just off to the side of the window. Up close, the glass looked cleaner than it should have been. No dust. No cracks. No smudges. It didn't match the rest of the house. I leaned in slightly, trying to see inside. At first, there was nothing. Just darkness. Then slowly, my eyes adjusted. And I saw it. A room. Faint, distant, like looking through fog. There was furniture inside. A chair. A small table. Shapes that shouldn't have been visible from outside. I frowned. The angle didn't make sense. The window faced the porch. There shouldn't be this much of the room visible. But there it was. Clearer now. And then, something moved. I froze. It was subtle. Just a shift. Near the back of the room. Like someone stepping out of view. My breath caught in my throat. "Hello," I said, my voice barely louder than a whisper. No answer. Of course not. But I didn't step back. I couldn't, because now I was trying to see more, trying to understand what I had just seen. I leaned closer, my face just inches from the glass. The room inside sharpened. The chair, the table, and behind them, a hallway, dark, stretching deeper into the house. I stared at it, waiting. Seconds passed. Nothing moved. And then, a figure crossed the hallway. Vast, too fast to see clearly. But I saw enough. A shape. Human. I stumbled back from the window. My heart started pounding. "No," I whispered. "No, no." There was no one living here. There couldn't be. The street was empty. The houses were dead. That's what I told myself. But my feet didn't move, because part of me needed to confirm it. I forced myself to look again. Slowly, carefully. The room was still there, exactly the same. But now something felt different. The chair, it wasn't where it was before. It had moved, just slightly, turned toward the window, toward me. I felt my stomach drop. I knew I hadn't imagined that. I stared at it, my mind trying to catch up. And then I noticed something else. On the table, there was something sitting there now. A small object. I leaned in again, squinting. It looked like a camera. My camera. I jerked back. Instinctively, I looked down at my hands. It was still there. Heavy. Real. I tightened my grip on it. When I looked back at the window, the table was empty again. The chair was back in its original position. Like nothing had changed. Like it had reset. My breathing grew shallow. This wasn't just strange anymore. This was wrong. Deeply wrong. I took a step back from the porch. Then another. But as I did, I caught movement again. This time closer. Right behind the glass. I froze. A figure stood there. Clearer than before. Still. Watching. I couldn't see the face. Not fully. But I could see the outline. The height. The posture. It matched mine. Exactly. I didn't move. Neither did it. We just stood there, facing each other, separated by a thin sheet of glass that didn't reflect. A thought slipped into my mind. Quiet. Unwanted. What if it's not inside? What if I am? My chest tightened. The idea didn't make sense. But it didn't go away. I took another step back. The figure didn't follow. It stayed at the window, watching. Then slowly, it lifted its hand. I felt my own hand twitch. I didn't raise it. I didn't want to. But something inside me responded. Just a little. My fingers moved. The figure's hand pressed against the glass. Flat. Waiting. I turned away. I couldn't do it. I walked off the porch faster now. My steps uneven. My breathing loud in my ears. I didn't look back. Not until I reached the gate. And even then, I only glanced. The window was empty again. Of course it was. I stepped out onto the street. The air felt lighter here. Not normal, but better. I reached my car and opened the door quickly. Got inside. Locked it. My hands were shaking again. I placed the camera on the seat beside me. For a moment, I just sat there, staring straight ahead. trying to think, trying to make sense of any of it. But nothing fit. Nothing felt real. And yet everything felt too real. Then I noticed something. The houses, on both sides of the street, their windows, they weren't empty anymore. I turned slowly, looking at the nearest one. There was movement inside. Faint, distant, like figures passing through rooms that shouldn't be visible. I looked at another house. Same thing. Different shapes, different motions, all quiet, all watching. My chest tightened. It wasn't just that house anymore. It was all of them. Every single window on that street had something behind it now. Something moving, something aware. And then I saw it. At the very end of the street, in the house I had just left. The front window. The figure was back, standing there, closer than before. And this time, it didn't look like me anymore. It looked like it was trying to. Like it was learning, adjusting, getting closer to something it hadn't fully become yet. I gripped the steering wheel. Hard. I didn't want to look anymore. But I couldn't stop. Because deep down, one question kept repeating in my head. If the windows don't reflect, then what exactly are they showing me? I should have left when I saw the other windows moving. I know that now. My hand was already on the gear. My foot hovered over the pedal. The road ahead was clear, empty, open. But something behind me didn't feel finished. That's the only way I can explain it. Like the house wasn't done with me yet. I don't remember making the decision. I just remember opening the car door again. The air outside felt colder than before, not just on my skin deeper, like it slipped under my clothes and stayed there. I stepped out slowly, closing the door without a sound. This time, I didn't look at the other houses. I kept my eyes on that one. At the end of the street. The same house. The same window. The figure was gone again. But I didn't feel relieved. That almost made it worse. I walked back through the gate. The grass brushed against my legs, softer now, like it had settled, like it knew I was coming back. Each step felt easier. That scared me, because it meant I wasn't fighting it anymore. I reached the porch. The scratches on the door looked deeper now. Or maybe I was just noticing more. Long lines, repeated, like something had tried to get out, not in. I raised my hand to knock. I don't know why. My knuckles hovered just above the wood. Then I heard it. A faint sound. Right behind the door. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. Slow. Steady. Close. I pulled my hand back. My heart started beating harder, but my body didn't move. It just stood there, listening. The breathing stopped. The silence that followed felt heavier than before, like it was waiting for me to do something. I don't remember deciding to open the door, but my hand reached for the handle anyway. It turned easily. Too easily. The door creaked open just a little. A thin line of darkness stretched inside. No smell. No dust. No stale air. Just nothing. I pushed it open wider. The sound echoed inside the house. Soft but too long. Like the space inside was bigger than it should be. I stepped in. The moment my foot crossed the doorway, the silence changed. It wasn't empty anymore. It felt occupied. Not by noise. By presence. I stood still, letting my eyes adjust. The room looked normal at first. A living room. Old furniture. A couch. A small table. a bookshelf against the wall, but everything felt paused, like someone had just been there and left mid-movement. There was a cup on the table, half full, no dust inside it. I moved closer. The liquid didn't look old. It looked fresh. I reached out, then stopped. Something felt wrong about touching it, like I wasn't supposed to. I pulled my hand back. My eyes moved around the room. There were shoes near the door, not neatly placed. One was tipped over, like someone had kicked them off in a hurry. The couch had a blanket thrown over it, still creased, still holding shape. I stepped further inside. Each step felt louder than it should have. The floor didn't creak, but the sound of my movement carried. Too far. I turned slowly, looking behind me. The door was still open. The street beyond it looked distant, further than it should be. I blinked. For a second, it felt like the doorway had stretched. I looked back at the room. Everything was the same, but the feeling had shifted again. Stronger now, like I wasn't alone. I swallowed and took another step. There was a hallway leading deeper into the house, the same one I had seen through the window. Dark. Still, I didn't want to go there, so I didn't. Not yet. Instead, I moved toward the stairs. They were to the right, narrow, wooden, leading up into darkness. I don't know why I chose the stairs. Maybe because the hallway felt like it was watching me. The stairs felt quieter, safer. That was a mistake. The first step made a sound. Not loud, but clear. And it didn't echo. It stopped immediately, like something had caught it. I froze, listened. Nothing. Then I took another step. Same thing. A clean sound. Then silence. I kept going. Slowly, carefully. Halfway up I felt it. That same pressure from before. But closer now. Right behind me. I turned. Nothing was there. But the space felt occupied, like something had moved just out of sight. I kept climbing. Faster this time. At the top of the stairs, there was a small landing. 2 doors. One slightly open. The other closed. I stood there trying to decide. Then I noticed something. The open door had light inside. Not bright, but enough. A soft glow. I moved toward it, pushed it open gently. The room inside looked like a child's bedroom. Small bed, toys on the floor, drawings on the wall, crayons scattered across a desk. Everything felt recent, not abandoned, like someone had been here just hours ago. I stepped inside. The air felt different, warmer, but not comforting. The drawings caught my attention first. Simple shapes, stick figures, a house, a tree, a family. I moved closer. There were 4 figures in the drawing. 2 adults, 2 children, standing in front of a house. This house, I knew it without knowing how. Then I saw something else. In the corner of the page, a 5th figure, smaller, darker, standing near the window. Not part of the family. Watching them, I felt my chest tighten. I looked at the other drawings. Same pattern. Family, house, and that same dark shape somewhere nearby. Always watching. I stepped back slowly. The room suddenly felt smaller, tighter, like the walls had shifted just a little. Then I heard it. A soft sound. Behind me. I turned quickly. The door. It was still open, but the hallway beyond it looked darker now. Deeper. I stared at it. And then, something moved. Just for a second. At the edge of the hallway. A shadow. Pulling back. Like it had been standing there. Watching me. I took a step toward the door. Then stopped. Because I realized something. I hadn't heard anything move. No footsteps. No creak. Nothing. Just that shift. That silent presence. I turned back toward the room. The bed. The toys. The drawings. Everything looked the same. But the feeling had changed. It wasn't just watching anymore. It was waiting. I moved toward the desk again. There was something else there now. Something I was sure hadn't been there before. A photograph. I picked it up slowly. It showed the family from the drawings, standing in front of the house, smiling, normal, but in the window behind them, there was a figure, faint, but visible, watching them, the same shape. I felt a chill run through me. Then I noticed something else. The photo was old, but not that old, and the people in it, they looked familiar. Not exactly, but close enough to make my stomach twist, like I had seen them somewhere before. Or maybe, like I was supposed to recognize them. I put the photo down. My hands were shaking again. And that's when I heard it. A sound from downstairs. A chair scraping slowly across the floor. I froze. The living room. Something was moving down there. I stood in the doorway of the child's room, staring into the dark hallway. Listening. Another sound. Closer now. A slow step. Then another. Moving toward the stairs. My chest tightened. It wasn't hiding anymore. It wasn't watching from a distance. It was coming up. I took a step back into the room. My eyes darted around, looking for something, anything, but there was nowhere to go. No place to hide. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. Stopped. For a moment, everything went still again. Then, the first step creaked, and I realized something that made my blood run cold. Whatever was coming up those stairs, it knew exactly where I was. The first step on the stairs sounded like it belonged to me. That's what froze me. It wasn't just a footstep. It was the exact rhythm I had used when I came up. Same weight, same pause after the sound, same slow pressure on the wood. I held my breath. Another step followed. Same pattern. It was copying me. I backed deeper into the room, my eyes fixed on the doorway. My body felt light, like I wasn't fully inside it anymore. The third step creaked. Then silence. Whatever it was, had reached the top. I waited. Nothing moved in the hallway. No shadow, no shape. Just darkness sitting there, quiet, patient. Then I heard it. A soft whisper. So faint I thought I imagined it. Kashif. My chest tightened instantly. I hadn't told anyone my name. I hadn't spoken it out loud. I stood there frozen, trying to convince myself I heard it wrong. Then it came again. A little clearer this time. Kashif. It wasn't a voice like a person. It felt stretched, like the word had been pulled apart and stitched back together. I shook my head slowly. No. My voice sounded small in the room. Too small. The whisper shifted, moved closer, right outside the door now. Kashif. I stepped back until I felt the wall behind me. My heart was beating so hard it hurt. It knew my name. Not guessed it. Not overheard it. It knew it. The thought slipped in before I could stop it. Maybe it didn't learn my name. Maybe it already had it. The door moved. Just a little. It didn't swing open. It didn't creak loudly. It just adjusted, like someone on the other side had placed their hand on it and pushed gently. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I just watched. The gap between the door and the frame widened, barely. Enough for darkness to spill into the room. Kashif. This time it came from inside the room. I jerked my head around. Nothing. The bed, the desk, the drawings. All still. But the voice had been behind me. I knew it. I spun back toward the door. It hadn't moved further. But something had changed. The hallway wasn't empty anymore. There was a shape there. Low. Unclear. Not fully formed. Like a shadow trying to become something solid. I stared at it. It didn't move. But it felt closer. Even though it hadn't stepped forward. Stay. The whisper slipped through the room. Soft. Almost kind. That scared me more than anything. I pushed myself off the wall and moved toward the door. Slowly. Carefully. Every step felt like I was walking into something that was already waiting. The shape didn't block me. It didn't reach out. It just stayed. Watching. I stepped into the hallway. The air was colder here. Thicker. Like it had weight. I glanced back into the room for a second. Something made me pause. The drawing on the wall. The one with the family. The fifth figure, the dark one near the window. It wasn't near the window anymore. It had moved. Closer to the family. Closer to the center. I looked away quickly. I didn't want to understand what that meant. I turned toward the stairs. They looked longer now. Steeper. The bottom was darker than before. I placed my foot on the first step down. The wood felt different. Softer. Like it had been worn recently. I started descending. One step. Then another. Behind me, I heard it. A second set of steps. Matching mine. Exactly. I stopped. It stopped. I took another step. It followed. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. Because I knew if I did, I might see it. And something told me I wasn't ready for that. I reached the bottom of the stairs. The living room looked the same. But it didn't feel the same. The chair had moved. It was facing the stairs now. Facing me. I stepped off the last step. Behind me, the other footsteps stopped too. I walked slowly into the room. My eyes scanning everything. The cup on the table. It was empty now. Dry. Like it had never held anything. The blanket on the couch. Folded neatly. Too neatly. The shoes near the door. Gone. I felt a slow, heavy realization settle in. The house wasn't just changing. It was correcting itself. Adjusting. Learning. From me. Kashif. The whisper came again. Closer. Warmer. Like it was right behind my ear. I flinched and turned. Nothing. But the air shifted. Like something had just moved away. I backed toward the front door. My eyes never leaving the room. The handle was right there. I reached for it. My fingers wrapped around it. Cold. Too cold. I pulled. The door didn't move. I pulled harder. Nothing. It was locked. I hadn't locked it. I was sure of that. My breathing picked up. I tried again. Still nothing. Then I heard it. A soft click. From somewhere behind me. I turned slowly. The hallway. The one I had avoided earlier. It wasn't dark anymore. A faint light glowed from inside it. Inviting. Calling. This way. The voice felt clearer now. Less broken. More certain. I shook my head, no. But my feet shifted anyway. Just a little. Toward it. I stopped myself. Forced my body to stay still. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I looked back at the door. Still locked. I looked at the windows. From inside, they didn't look like glass. They looked like openings. Deeper. Endless. I stepped closer to one. Slowly. Carefully. I leaned in. And for a second, I saw the street outside. My car. The gate. Everything normal. Relief washed over me. I reached out, my fingers almost touching the glass. Then the image shifted. Just slightly. My car was still there. But the door was open. And someone was sitting inside. I leaned closer, trying to see. The figure turned its head. Slowly. Deliberately. And I saw its face. Mine. Again. But this time, it was smiling. I stumbled back, my heart racing. I looked around the room. The walls felt closer now. The air tighter. Kashif. The voice came again. Not from one place. From everywhere. The walls. The floor. The ceiling. All at once. I covered my ears. But it didn't help. Because I wasn't hearing it. I was feeling it. Inside my head. Stay. 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 I dropped my hands. My breathing uneven. My thoughts slipping. It was getting harder to focus. Harder to remember why I needed to leave. The hallway light grew brighter. Warmer. Comforting. I looked at it. For a moment, it didn't feel dangerous. It felt safe. Like the place I was supposed to go. Like the place I had always been heading toward. I took a step, then stopped. Something inside me pushed back. A small voice. Faint, but still there. This isn't your house. I blinked. The thought felt distant. Like it belonged to someone else. But it stayed. I looked around again. At the room. At the door. At the windows. And then I noticed something new. On the wall near the stairs. A frame. I hadn't seen it before. I walked toward it slowly. My legs felt heavy. Like they didn't fully belong to me anymore. I reached the frame. Looked inside. It was a photograph. The same family. Standing in front of the house. But this time, there were 5 people in the picture. Not 4. 5. The extra one stood at the edge. Close to the others. Almost part of them. I stared at the face. My face. Smiling. Just like the one in the car. Just like the one in the window. I felt something shift inside me. A quiet realization. Cold. Heavy. The house didn't just learn my name. It learned me. And now, it was trying to keep me. I turned slowly toward the hallway. The light was brighter now. Waiting. Patient. Like it knew I would come. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I still had a choice. The lights shouldn't have been on. That was the first thing that felt wrong. I was standing outside the mall, keys in my hand, staring up at rows of dim ceiling lights glowing behind dusty glass. Not bright, not welcoming, just on. This place had been shut down for years. No power, no maintenance, no reason for anything to still be working. But there they were, flickering softly, like the building hadn't gotten the message. I told myself it didn't matter. Last shift, that's all this was. Just one final walkthrough before they tear the whole place down next week. That's what the company said. Routine check, they called it. Easy money. I stepped up to the main entrance. The glass doors were locked, just like they should be. Thick dust coated the handles untouched. I slid the key in. For a second, it didn't turn. Then it gave. Too easily. The lock clicked. The sound echoed inside the mall. I froze. It wasn't a normal echo. It stretched, like the sound kept going after it should have stopped. I pushed the door open. The smell hit me first. Not rot, not mold. Something older. Dry, like paper left in a closed room for too long. I stepped inside slowly. The doors closed behind me with a soft thud. And just like that, the outside world disappeared. The air felt heavier inside. Still, like nothing had moved here in years. But the lights, they kept flickering above me. I looked around. The mall was exactly how I expected. Empty storefronts. Metal shutters pulled down. Signs faded and peeling. A food court ahead, dark and silent. Everything frozen in time. But something felt off. It didn't feel abandoned. It felt paused. Like if I waited long enough, people would just walk back in. I shook that thought off and pulled out my flashlight. Clicked it on. The beam cut through the dim light, sharp and steady. Better to rely on something I controlled. I started walking. My boots echoed across the tile floor, each step louder than it should have been. The sound bounced off the walls, then came back slightly delayed. I slowed down, listened. The echoes didn't match my steps anymore. They lagged, just a little. I stopped walking. The sound continued. One extra step, then silence. My chest tightened. I looked behind me. Nothing there. Old building, I muttered. Sound carries weird. It didn't convince me, but I kept moving. I had a route to follow. Ground floor first, then upper level, then the back corridors. Standard procedure. I passed the first store. Clothing shop. The gate was halfway open. That wasn't right. All stores were supposed to be sealed. I stepped closer, shining my light inside. Mannequins stood frozen in place, dressed in old styles, outdated colors, their faces blank, but something about them made me uneasy. I counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4. I turned slightly, scanning the rest of the store. Then I froze. There were 5 now. I blinked, counted again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I stepped back. My grip tightened on the flashlight. No, I whispered. No, that's not. I looked away, took a breath, then looked back. 4. Just 4. Exactly where they had been. I let out a slow breath. My heart was beating faster now. Focus, I told myself. Just do the job. I moved on. The food court was next. Tables were scattered across the floor, some overturned. Chairs stacked in corners. Trash still sitting in bins, untouched. I walked through slowly. My light passed over the counters. Empty menus. Dark kitchens. Then I saw it. A tray on one of the tables. Fresh. Not dusty. I stepped closer. There was a cup on it. With a straw. Condensation on the side. I reached out. Touched it. Cold. I pulled my hand back instantly. That wasn't possible. Nothing here should be cold. Nothing here should be fresh. I looked around. The silence pressed in harder now, like it was waiting for me to react. I stepped back from the table. Slowly. Then I heard it. A faint sound. Somewhere deeper in the mall. Footsteps. Soft. Distant. But real. I held my breath. Listened. They came again. Slow. Even. Not rushed. Not panicked. Just walking. My first thought was simple. Someone else was here. Another guard. Maybe maintenance. Maybe someone checking the place before demolition. Relief hit me. Brief. Quick. Hello, I called out. My voice echoed. But the footsteps didn't stop. They kept going. Same pace. Same direction. Away from me. I swallowed. Hey, security. No response. Just footsteps. I started moving toward the sound. My boots felt heavier now. Each step careful. Measured. The sound led me toward a hallway near the back. Service corridor. Employees only. The entrance was open. Dark inside. I hesitated. Then stepped in. The light from the mall faded behind me. My flashlight became the only source. The walls here were narrow. Concrete. Bare. The air felt colder. The footsteps continued ahead. Just out of reach. I walked faster, trying to catch up. But the distance never changed. It stayed the same. Always a few steps ahead. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. I waited. Nothing. Then slowly, they started again. But this time, they weren't moving away. They were coming back. Toward me. I felt my chest tighten. I didn't move. The sound grew closer. Step by step by step. Even. Calm. Not rushed. My grip tightened on the flashlight. I raised it slightly, pointing down the hallway. The beam cut through the darkness. Empty. No one there. But the footsteps. They kept coming. Closer. Closer. Then they stopped. Right in front of me. I stood there staring into the light. There was nothing. No shape. No shadow. No movement. Just empty space. But the feeling. It was standing there. Right in front of me. Watching. I slowly lowered the flashlight. My hand was shaking now. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft. Barely there. Closing time. My heart skipped. What? I whispered. No answer. Just silence. Then the voice came again. A little clearer. You're late. I stepped back. My breath uneven. I'm the guard, I said. This place is closed. The silence stretched. Then, not anymore. The lights flickered. Not just here. Everywhere. I could see it from the corner of my eye. The mall behind me shifting. Changing. The darkness wasn't empty anymore. It felt full. I turned slowly. The hallway behind me didn't look the same. It looked longer. deeper, like it had stretched. I turned back forward. The empty space in front of me. It didn't feel empty anymore, because something had changed. The air, the pressure, the space between me and the darkness. It felt occupied, like something had stepped closer. Without making a sound, my throat went dry. Who's there? No answer. Just that feeling. Then, we waited. The voice came from everywhere now. Not just in front, behind, above, inside the walls. For you to lock up. I felt a slow, creeping realization settle in. This wasn't a final shift. This wasn't routine. Something here had been waiting for this moment. For the mall to close for good. For someone to walk through it one last time. Alone. I took another step back. My mind racing. The exit suddenly felt far away. Too far. And for the first time since I walked in, I wasn't sure if I could still leave. The footsteps were gone again. That was the worst part. Not that I heard them, but that they stopped exactly when I realized I was being followed. I stood still in the service corridor, my flashlight aimed forward, hand tight enough to hurt. Nothing moved. No echo. No breath. Just silence sitting on my shoulders like weight. Then very slowly, I turned my head. The hallway behind me was empty. Of course it was. But I didn't feel relieved. Because the silence now felt like it was waiting for me to move first. I forced myself to walk. Step by step. Slow. Controlled. Trying to act normal in a place that clearly was. The corridor stretched longer than it should have. That was the first thing I noticed. It didn't make sense. From the outside, this hallway should have ended in a service door. But I kept walking and it kept going. No doors. No exits. Just more hallway. More darkness. More air that felt too still. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Behind me. I stopped instantly. The sound stopped too. Like it had been watching me. Waiting for me to confirm it. My throat went dry. I didn't turn around this time. I just whispered, "Okay, I hear you." Silence. Then, step right behind me again. Closer. I turned sharply. Flashlight cutting through the dark. Nothing. Just empty corridor. But this time, I saw something new. Dust. On the floor. Fresh. I crouched slightly, bringing the light closer. The dust wasn't disturbed randomly. It formed prints. Footprints. Human-sized. Facing me. I followed them with my eyes. They didn't come from behind me. They were forming ahead of me. Like something had walked and then disappeared backward into darkness. My stomach tightened. "No," I whispered, "that's not possible." But the prints didn't care what was possible. They just ended. Right in front of me. I stood up slowly. And that's when I noticed something else. The air had changed. It felt colder, but not in a natural way. Like the building itself had taken a breath. I moved forward again, carefully stepping around the prints. My flashlight beam trembled slightly. Not from my hand, from something else. Like the light itself was nervous. Then I saw it. A door. On the left side of the corridor. Metal. Old. Half open. I hadn't seen it before. I approached slowly. The footsteps didn't come back. They were gone again. Which made it worse. Because now I didn't know where it was. I pushed the door gently. It opened with a soft metallic groan. Inside was a small security room. Monitors lined the wall. Old CCTV screens. Most of them were black, dead, but a few were still on, flickering. I stepped inside. The moment I did, the door behind me closed. Not slammed, just closed. Slow, intentional. I spun around quickly. Locked. My chest tightened. "Okay," I whispered. That's fine, that's fine." I forced myself to turn back toward the monitors. One of them showed the food court. Empty. Same as before. Another showed the entrance hall. Still empty. But then I saw a third screen. My breath stopped. It showed the corridor I had just walked through. And on it, I was standing there. But I wasn't moving. The camera feed showed me frozen in place, facing forward, completely still. I turned my head slowly in real life. The corridor behind me was empty. But on the screen, I was still standing there, watching something I couldn't see. I stepped closer to the monitor. My reflection in the glass flickered, then changed. For a split second, I wasn't alone in the frame. Something stood behind me. Too tall, too thin. But when I looked away from the screen, nothing was there. I backed up slowly. My heart beat loud in my ears. "This is just cameras," I whispered. "Old system glitch, that's all." But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Because the monitors weren't just showing angles. They were showing moments. Not just places. Moments that didn't match each other. I saw myself again on another screen. Walking. But I wasn't walking anymore in real life. I was standing still. On another screen I was turning. But I wasn't turning here. I felt my stomach drop. The cameras weren't recording reality. They were predicting it, or remembering it differently. I stepped closer to the console. There was a control panel below the screens. Buttons dusty, barely used, except one. A single button. Clean, recently pressed. I stared at it, then heard it again. Footsteps. Outside the room. My body froze instantly. Slow. Even. Coming closer. I backed away from the console. The door was still closed. I hadn't heard it unlock. But the footsteps were right outside now. Then they stopped. Right in front of the door. Silence. Heavy. Waiting. I held my breath. Then, the door handle moved. Slowly. Not shaking. Not forced. Just turning. Like whoever was outside knew exactly how it worked. I took a step back. The handle stopped. I didn't move. Neither did it. We stayed like that. Locked in silence. Then softly, a voice came through the door. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just calm. "You're inside now." My skin went cold. I didn't answer. The voice continued. "You shouldn't have come to the cameras." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" I finally asked. Silence. Then, "We already watched you leave once." My mind froze. That didn't make sense. I hadn't been here before. I would remember this. I would remember. The lights in the room flickered. Just once. And in that flicker, I saw it. On one of the monitors. Not a live feed. Not a hallway. A different angle. A memory. Me. Standing outside the mall. Opening the door. But something was wrong. Behind me, someone was already inside, waiting before I even entered. I stumbled back from the screen. "No," I whispered. "No, that's not." The footsteps returned, but now they weren't outside. They were inside the room. Behind me, slow, measured, each step closer than the last. I turned around sharply, flashlight shaking. Nothing, but the air was no longer empty. It was full, like something had filled the space without taking shape. The monitors flickered again, all of them at once, and every screen showed the same thing now. Me, in different parts of the mall, walking, standing, turning, but never in sync, all slightly out of time, like I was being watched from every version of myself at once. The voice returned, soft, right behind me. "You're late to closing time." I froze, and in that moment, I realized something I didn't want to understand. The footsteps I heard earlier, they weren't following me. They were leading me, and I had been walking exactly where they wanted me to go. The monitors were showing me again. Not the present me, not the past either. Something in between. I stood in the security room, but on the screens, I was already walking. Through the mall, down the corridors, like I had never stopped. My throat went dry. I stepped back from the console slowly, but the footsteps didn't stop. They weren't outside anymore. They were everywhere. Above me, behind me, inside the walls. Soft, patient, like the building itself had started walking. Then I heard something else. Not footsteps. Voices. Faint, distant, like a crowd waking up after a long sleep. I froze. There was no crowd here. There hadn't been for years. And yet, the sound was growing. I stepped toward the door again. It was still locked, but now I could hear movement outside it. Not one person. Many, slow shifting, clothing brushing, soft breathing, like a mall full of people waiting quietly. I pressed my ear to the door, and I swear, I heard laughter, very faint, like a memory trying to become real. Then a child's voice. "Close, too close." I pulled away instantly. "No," I whispered, "there's no one here." But the sound didn't care. It kept growing. The hallway outside the room was filling up. Not visually, not clearly, but I could feel it. Presence, density, like air becoming crowded. I reached for the handle again. It turned. This time, I stepped out slowly. The service corridor looked different. Longer, brighter, not because of light, because of noise. The sound of a crowd. Not loud, but layered. Thousands of small sounds stacked together. Footsteps, talking, shopping bags, distant announcements. All of it faint, all of it wrong. I walked forward slowly. My flashlight felt useless now. The beam cut through the corridor, but didn't change anything. Because the darkness wasn't empty anymore. It was occupied. I passed the first intersection, and I stopped. A store entrance stood open. It hadn't been opened before. I was sure of that. Inside, light, soft fluorescent light. I stepped closer. My heart beat loud in my ears. The store looked active, not abandoned. Shelves full, products stacked neatly, clothes folded, mannequins dressed properly. like a normal day, but there was no one inside, at least not visibly. Still, I heard them, talking, very faint. I stepped inside slowly. The automatic doors didn't move. They were already open. That detail hit me wrong, like the store was expecting me. I walked between the aisles. My footsteps sounded softer here, almost absorbed. The air smelled fresh, like something had been opened recently. Then I heard it clearly. A cashier's voice. "Next, please." I froze. There was no cashier, no counter movement. But the voice came again. Normal, routine, like a busy day. I walked toward the front of the store, and that's when I saw it. The counter. Someone was standing behind it. I couldn't see them clearly. Just shape. Blurred. Human outline. I stepped closer. "Hello," I said. The figure didn't respond, but the sound in the store changed. The crowd noise got stronger, like more people were entering. I turned around quickly. The aisles behind me were no longer empty. Shadows stood between shelves, not fully formed, but present, waiting, watching. I blinked hard. They weren't there a second ago. I know that. But now, they were everywhere. I backed up slowly. The cashier voice spoke again. "Please move forward." My breath caught. I looked at the counter again. The figure was clearer now. Still blurred. Still not fully visible. But it was facing me. Waiting. I shook my head. "No one is here," I whispered. "No one is here." But the store reacted. The lights flickered. Just once. And when they stabilized, the store was full. Not visually sharp. Not solid. But occupied. Silhouettes filled the aisles. Standing. Walking. Browsing. A normal crowd in a normal mall. Except no one had faces. I stumbled backward out of the store. The automatic doors still didn't move. They stayed open, like nothing had changed. But everything had. The corridor outside was worse. The crowd was louder now. Closer. I started walking fast. Not running. Not yet. Because part of me still believed this had to make sense. I passed another store. Then another. Each one now lit. Each one now active. But empty of real people. Only movement. Only presence. Then I heard something behind me. A mall announcement. Closing time in 30 minutes. My steps slowed instantly. That voice. It shouldn't exist. The mall was dead. No power. No system. But the announcement continued. "Please proceed to the nearest exit." I turned around slowly. The speakers above me were on, flickering softly. Old, dusty speakers. But they were working. I backed away. The crowd noise increased. Now it wasn't faint. It was surrounding me. I was inside it, but still alone. I reached the central corridor, the main hallway, and stopped. Because now, I could see them. Not clearly, but enough. Shapes filled the space. Walking past me. Standing beside me. Moving through me. Like I wasn't fully real anymore. I held my breath. A shape passed right through my shoulder. No contact. No resistance. But I felt it. Cold. I staggered slightly. "What is this?" I whispered. No answer. Only movement. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. A reflection on the glass of a storefront. I turned toward it slowly. It showed the corridor behind me, but not empty, full of people, a crowd moving normally, shopping, talking, living, and in the middle, me, standing alone, not part of them, separate, like I didn't belong in the same version of the place. I stepped closer to the glass. The reflection didn't change, but something in it did. The crowd stopped. All at once, every figure turned, slowly, toward me. I froze. In the reflection, they were all looking at me. But in reality, nothing moved. Nothing reacted. Only the reflection knew I was there. Then one of them stepped forward in the glass, closer to me. Then another. The reflection crowd began approaching, but my real body stayed still. I backed away quickly. The glass darkened. The reflection disappeared. The mall went silent for half a second. A full, complete silence. Then, whispers returned. But now they weren't random. They were coordinated, focused, and they all said the same thing. He sees us. My blood ran cold. I turned slowly. The corridor was still full, still crowded. But now, they were facing me. Every shape, every shadow, every presence, all turned toward me, watching, waiting. And then I realized something worse. They weren't surprised I could see them. They were waiting for me to notice them, like I had finally joined the version of the mall they existed in. A voice came from behind me, close, clear, not whispering this time, just calm. You're part of closing now. I didn't turn, because I already knew. Whatever this crowd was, it wasn't made of people. It was made of what was left behind. When the mall never really closed, the road disappeared behind me. That was the first thing I noticed. Not slowly, not gradually. Just gone. One moment I was driving on a normal highway. The next, the rearview mirror showed nothing but fog and empty land. No cars, no lights, no trace of where I came from. I pressed the brakes. The engine idled, low and uneasy. I looked forward again. The road was still there, but it didn't feel like the same road anymore. It was too straight, too clean, like someone had drawn it instead of built it. I checked my phone. No signal, not even emergency network. That was strange. I was not in a remote area. At least, I wasn't supposed to be. I tried to open maps again. The screen flickered, then froze, a loading circle spinning endlessly. Then nothing, just black. I tapped the screen once, twice. Nothing changed. I exhaled slowly. Okay, I muttered, just a dead zone. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't true. Dead zones don't erase roads behind you. I started driving again. Slowly, carefully, the highway stretched forward in a perfect line. No curves, no exits, no signs. That was the second thing that felt wrong. Real roads always have something. A billboard, a broken fence, a mile marker. This had none of that. Just empty land on both sides. Flat, still, like the world had been simplified. After a few minutes, I saw it. A break in the landscape. A tunnel entrance. It shouldn't have been there. No signs, no warnings, no construction markers. Just a dark mouth in the middle of the road. perfectly centered, waiting. I slowed down. My grip tightened on the wheel. Something about it felt intentional, like it had been placed there for me to find. I checked the map again. Still nothing. No tunnel. No road change. Just blank space. I leaned forward slightly, trying to see inside. The tunnel was completely dark. Not dim. Not shadowed. Just black. Like light refused to enter it. I stopped the car. The engine ticked softly. I should have turned around. That thought came immediately. Clear, simple, but I didn't move, because something else was there. A feeling, not fear, not curiosity, something heavier, like recognition, like I had seen this place before, even though I hadn't. I opened the door. The air outside was colder than I expected. Not freezing, just wrong. Still, no wind, no sound. I stepped out slowly. My shoes touched the asphalt. No echo. That should have been impossible. I walked toward the tunnel. Each step felt louder in my head than in the world. The entrance loomed above me. Too tall, too wide, like it wasn't built for cars. It was built for something else. I stopped at the edge, looked inside. Nothing, not even darkness shifting. Just absence. I pulled out my phone again, turned on the flashlight. The beam entered the tunnel and disappeared after a few meters. Not faded, not dimmed, just swallowed. I tried again. Same result. I swallowed hard. Okay, I whispered. No signal, no light, no map, just a tunnel. I laughed once. It didn't sound real. Behind me, the road was still there, but it felt farther now, like it was slowly pulling away. I turned back. The car looked smaller. Not physically, just distant. I blinked. When I opened my eyes, it was the same size again. I froze. Something about perception was shifting. I turned back to the tunnel quickly, and that's when I heard it. A sound, deep inside. A low hum. Not mechanical. Not wind. More like a voice that forgot how to speak clearly. I stepped closer. The sound grew slightly. Not louder. Closer. I hesitated, then took another step inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, the air changed. Heavier, thicker, like I had stepped underwater without getting wet. My flashlight flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. Barely. I pointed it forward. The tunnel stretched endlessly. No visible end. No curve. Just straight darkness. And the hum continued. Now I could feel it in my chest. Like vibration. Like something breathing through the walls. I walked slowly, counting my steps without meaning to. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. Time felt normal, but distance didn't. The tunnel didn't get closer to an exit. It stayed the same. Always the same. That's when I noticed the walls. They weren't concrete. Not exactly. They looked smooth. Too smooth. Like polished stone. But when I touched it briefly with my fingers, it felt warm. I pulled my hand back instantly. That's not right, I whispered. The hum changed slightly, as if responding. I stopped walking, listened. The sound paused, then shifted direction. Now it was behind me. I turned quickly, flashlight cutting through darkness. Nothing, no movement, but the tunnel entrance was gone. My stomach dropped. I stepped backward. Vast. My heel hit something. I turned the light down. A line. On the ground. A seam. Like a door. Or a boundary. I followed it with my eyes. It stretched across the tunnel floor. Then up the walls. Then the ceiling. It divided the space into two halves. I hadn't seen it before. I should have. The hum returned. Closer now. From both sides. I whispered, "What is this place?" No answer. But something happened. The tunnel lights flickered. Except there were no lights. Only my flashlight. And yet the darkness itself flickered. Like something blinking inside it. I took a step back again. The seam on the floor shifted slightly. It moved. Like it was breathing. My chest tightened. "No, no," I muttered. Then I saw it. Movement ahead. Not walking. Not running. Sliding. Slow. Like something was coming through the tunnel without using legs. I raised the flashlight. The beam hit nothing solid. But the movement continued. Closer. I backed away slowly. My foot hit the seam again. This time it felt like it responded. A subtle vibration. Like it recognized pressure. The hum stopped completely. Silence hit instantly. Too clean. Too absolute. I held my breath. Then, a whisper. Not behind me. Not ahead. Everywhere. You entered the closed road. My heart slammed. I stepped back again. The seam on the ground widened slightly. Like a crack opening. And inside it, I saw something. Not a space. Not an object. A reflection. But not mine. A different version of the tunnel. Full of movement. Full of traffic. Cars passing. People walking. A normal road. Living. And in that reflection, the tunnel I was in didn't exist. I stared at it. Confused. Then something shifted inside the reflection. A car stopped. The driver stepped out. Looked directly at me. It was me. But not me. Same face. Same body. Same expression. Except he looked aware. Like he had been waiting for me to see him. I stumbled back. The reflection flickered. And the tunnel around me became louder again. The hum returned. But now it sounded like voices. Stacked. Layered. All saying the same thing. You are the wrong version. My breathing got shallow. I turned toward where I came from. The entrance was still gone. The tunnel behind me stretched forever. And now I understood something I didn't want to understand. This wasn't a road. It was a boundary. And I had crossed it. The seam on the ground widened again. Slowly, like something underneath was waking up. And the reflection inside it started stepping closer. The radio shouldn't have turned on. I didn't even press anything. 1 second, I was staring at that widening seam in the tunnel floor. The next, my backpack crackled to life. Static. Sharp. Too loud in the silence. I froze. The tunnel around me didn't change. But the sound did. It wasn't just static anymore. There were voices inside it. Faint. Layered. Like people talking through water. I slowly reached into my backpack. My fingers brushed the radio. It was old, basic, just for emergencies. It had no business working in a place like this. I lifted it up slowly. The screen flickered. No signal bar. No frequency lock. Just noise. But the noise wasn't random anymore. It was forming words. Don't go deeper. I pulled the radio closer to my ear. My throat tightened. Hello, I whispered. The static shifted instantly, like it had heard me. Then, a voice, clearer now. Male. Close. You're already inside. I stepped back instinctively. My foot hit the seam again. That thin line in the tunnel floor. It vibrated under my shoe, like it was reacting to pressure. The radio crackled harder. More voices came through. Not one. Many. All overlapping. All wrong. I lowered it slowly. This isn't possible, I whispered. But nothing about this place had been possible since I entered. I looked ahead. The tunnel stretched further than before. That was the first real shift. It wasn't subtle. It had changed. I remembered walking maybe 100 meters. Now it looked like kilometers. Endless. Like the tunnel had been extended while I wasn't looking. I turned back quickly. The entrance was still gone. No light behind me. No road. Just more tunnel. My chest tightened. Okay, I muttered. Okay, think. But thinking didn't help here. The radio crackled again. This time the voice was different. A woman. Soft. Calm. You should have turned back at the road. I froze. That sentence hit harder than it should have. Because I did think about turning back. Right before I entered. I hadn't said it out loud. I was sure of that. I lifted the radio again. Who is this? I asked. Silence. Then static. Then another voice. Closer. Almost inside my head. You chose the wrong direction. My grip tightened. The radio wasn't just receiving signals. It was reacting to me. I started walking again. Slowly, because standing still felt worse. Each step made the seam in the floor pulse slightly, like it was aware of movement. The voices in the radio faded for a moment, then returned. Different now. Not speaking. Whispering, like they were inside a crowd. I stopped. Listened. The whispers weren't coming from the radio alone. They were coming from the tunnel. I lowered the device. My ear strained. And I heard it. Footsteps. Again. Behind me. I turned quickly. Flashlight cutting through the dark. Nothing. But the sound didn't stop. It just shifted direction. Now beside me. Then ahead. Then behind again. Like something was circling me without moving. I whispered, "Stop it." The footsteps stopped. Immediately. That made my stomach drop. Because it meant something was listening. I kept walking. Faster now. The tunnel didn't resist. It let me move. But it didn't feel like progress. It felt like I was being guided. The radio suddenly burst into static again. Then a new voice came through. My blood went cold instantly. It sounded like me. Not similar. Not close. Exactly me. Same tone. Same breathing. Don't trust the tunnel. I stopped walking. My heart slammed. I lifted the radio slowly. "Who are you?" I whispered. The voice came again. Still mine. You already asked that question before. My stomach twisted. I've never been here before, I said. The radio hissed. Then the voice responded. Calm. Certain. You always come here. I shook my head. No, but even saying it felt weak. The tunnel around me felt different now. Not just longer, more layered, like space was stacking on itself. I took a step forward, and the echo didn't match. My footstep came back twice, once immediately, once delayed. I stopped again, looked down. The seam in the floor had widened, just slightly, enough to notice. Inside it, there was light, not bright, not natural, a dull gray glow, like something was breathing from beneath the tunnel. The radio went silent, completely. No static, no voices. That silence was worse, because now I could hear everything else. The tunnel itself, it was alive, not moving, not shaking, just present, aware. I crouched slowly near the seam, my flashlight tilted downward. The light hit the crack, and I saw it again. The reflection, but this time clearer. Not just a road, not just traffic, a full city street. People walking, normal life, but upside down, like I was looking into another layer of reality beneath this one. I leaned closer, and the reflection shifted. A figure stood in it. Me, again, but this version wasn't standing still. It was walking towards something. Behind it, the tunnel I was in didn't exist. It was just road, normal road. I felt a cold wave in my chest. "Stop copying me," I whispered. The reflection didn't react. It kept moving. Then something changed. It stopped walking, slowly turned its head, and looked directly up at me. I stumbled back instantly. My flashlight shook. The radio suddenly turned on again without warning. But now the voice wasn't calm. It was urgent. Multiple voices overlapping. "Don't look too long. It notices when you match it. Break the connection." I backed away fast. "What connection?" I snapped. Static exploded. Then, silence again. But the tunnel wasn't silent anymore. Something had changed in the air. Pressure, like the space itself had shifted closer. I turned forward quickly, and froze, because the tunnel ahead was no longer empty. Shapes stood in the distance, not fully formed, not solid, but present, watching. I raised my flashlight. The beam passed through them slightly, like they weren't fully real. But they didn't disappear. They stayed. And then one moved. Just slightly. Not walking. Just adjusting its position. Like it had been waiting for me to notice. The radio came back one last time. Low. Broken. Almost like it was struggling. A final voice came through. Soft. Familiar. "You're not lost." I swallowed hard. "You're being measured." The static cut instantly. The radio died. Complete silence followed. I stood there in the tunnel, breathing uneven, staring at shapes that didn't fully exist. And for the first time, I understood something I didn't want to understand. This tunnel wasn't guiding me forward. It was checking if I belonged here. It started with the reflection. Not outside the car. Inside it. For a second, I saw something move in the passenger seat mirror. Not my face. Something leaning forward from the back seat. I slammed my eyes to the road instantly. My grip tightened. "No," I whispered. No, I'm just tired." The highway stretched ahead, empty and black. No street lights, no signs, just my headlights cutting a narrow tunnel through the dark. I told myself that was all it was. Fatigue, distance, mind playing tricks. But then it happened again, this time in the side mirror. A shape, walking, right next to the car, keeping pace. I turned my head sharply. Nothing there, just empty road. But the mirror still showed movement. I pressed the accelerator slightly. The engine responded. Speed increased. The shape didn't fall behind. It stayed exactly level with me. That's when my throat went dry. Because nothing should be able to match speed like that. Not on foot. Not in this emptiness. I leaned forward, eyes locked on the road. Okay, I muttered. Ignore it, just ignore it. But mirrors don't let you ignore things. They keep showing them. I checked again. Side mirror. Still there. But clearer now. Not fully formed. Not fully visible. But human-shaped. Walking calmly beside my car. No face. No details. Just presence. Like the idea of a person had been copied into motion. I turned the steering wheel slightly. The car shifted lanes. The thing stayed with me. Perfectly aligned. No delay. No change. My breathing got heavier. I glanced at the rearview mirror. Empty backseat. Empty road behind. But the side mirror still showed it. Okay, I said slowly. That's not real, that can't be real. But the road didn't answer. Only silence. Heavy silence. The kind that feels like it's listening. I drove faster. Then faster again. The speedometer climbed. The engine grew louder. Wind pushed harder against the car. Still, the thing matched me. No effort. No reaction. Just walking. Like speed didn't matter to it. I swallowed hard. Then something worse happened. It stepped closer. Not toward the car. Toward the headlights. Just slightly. Now it was inside the edge of light. Barely visible. I saw a shoulder. Then part of an arm. Too thin. Too long. My foot eased off the accelerator without me deciding. The car slowed slightly. And the shape slowed with it. Still perfectly matched. I felt something cold crawl through my chest. This wasn't chasing me. It wasn't following me. It was syncing with me. Like it had already learned my rhythm. I tried something stupid. I swerved. Hard. The tires scraped the road. The car shifted violently. For a second, I thought maybe I lost it. But when I stabilized the car, I saw it again. Still there. Still beside me. Now closer than before. Almost at the driver's window. My pulse spiked. I didn't look directly at it. I refused. But I could feel it. That's the worst part. Not seeing it clearly. Feeling it occupying space. Like the air next to me had weight now. I rolled the window up. Even though it was already closed. The sound of the glass locking felt too loud. Too final. Then, a knock. Soft. On the window. My entire body froze. I didn't turn. I didn't breathe. Another knock. Same place. Slow. Patient. Like it knew I would eventually respond. I whispered no. But the sound didn't stop. The knocking continued. Rhythmic. Matching my heartbeat almost perfectly. I glanced at the mirror again without thinking. It was right there. Beside the window. not facing me, just walking. Knocking came again, but now I realized something wrong. The knock wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside the mirror. My stomach dropped. I looked forward instantly. Road still empty, but my mind was. Something had crossed a boundary between reflection and reality. I pressed harder on the accelerator. The engine roared. The car surged forward. And for the first time, the thing didn't immediately match my speed. I felt a small rush of relief. Too early, too fast, because then I saw it shift. Not run, not chase, just adjust, like it had recalculated. It matched me again. Effortlessly, my hands started shaking. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered. No answer, but the headlights flickered. Once, then again. The road ahead dimmed slightly. I checked the dashboard. Voltage normal. Fuel fine. But the lights outside felt weaker, like something was draining attention itself. The shape moved closer again. Now it was fully inside the light. I finally saw more detail. Not face. Still no face. But clothing. Or something like clothing. Not fabric. More like texture shaped like clothing. Copying human form without understanding it. It tilted its head slightly. Not looking at the car. Looking at me. That's when I felt it. Not fear. Recognition. Like it had finally confirmed something. My throat tightened. I couldn't stop myself anymore. I looked at it. Just for a second. And I regret that second. Because it wasn't empty. There was something behind the shape. Not a body. Not a person. But awareness. Something that understood I had seen it. The radio in my car crackled suddenly. I hadn't turned it on. Static filled the cabin. Then a voice broke through. "Calm. Too calm. You're noticing it now." I flinched. "What is this?" I snapped. The voice continued. "Unbothered. It learned your speed first." My blood went cold. I looked back at the mirror. The shape was closer again. Almost at my door. The radio hissed. "Now it's learning your attention." I pressed the accelerator again. Hard. The car shot forward. But the thing didn't follow instantly this time. It paused. Just for a fraction. Like it was thinking. Then it moved again. Faster. Smoother. Closer. My breath came sharp. No, 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 no. The radio crackled again. "Don't teach it your panic." I froze slightly at that. "What?" The voice didn't repeat. Just static. Then silence. I realized something then. Every time I reacted, it adapted. Every acceleration. Every turn. Every glance. It was learning me. Not chasing me. Studying me. My grip loosened slightly. I forced myself to breathe slower. In. Out. The shape stayed beside me. Waiting. Matching. But not advancing now. Like it was watching for my next mistake. I kept my eyes forward. No mirrors. No glances. Just road. Just driving. Minutes passed. Or maybe seconds. Time felt unstable. Then I noticed something strange. The shape was no longer just beside the car. It was slightly behind now. Not gone. Just recalibrating again. I swallowed hard. "I can control this," I whispered. But even saying it felt dangerous. because it heard everything. The radio clicked once more. Then a final line came through. Soft, almost disappointed. You're learning too. The signal cut. Complete silence returned. And in that silence, I realized something far worse than everything before. It wasn't just learning me. I was learning it too. And neither of us had stopped yet. The gate wasn't locked. That was my first mistake. It should have been locked, rusted, secured, anything. But it opened as soon as I pushed it. No resistance. Just a slow, tired creak, like it was expecting me. I stood there for a moment, headlights from my bike cutting into the cemetery fog. Rows of graves stretched ahead. Too many. Too neat. No wild grass, no broken stones. Just order. Like someone still cared. But I knew better. No one came here anymore. That's why I took the job. Night maintenance. Simple pay. No visitors. No complaints. Just checking fences, lights, and making sure nothing shifted. That's what the supervisor said. Shifted. I remember laughing at that. Now it didn't feel funny. I turned off the bike engine. Instant silence hit. Too fast. Too deep. Like the world had been muted. I stepped off slowly, boots touching gravel. The sound echoed once, then didn't echo again. That was strange. Even cemeteries have echoes. I pulled out the small flashlight they gave me. Old model. Yellow light. Barely strong. I clicked it on. The beam flickered before settling. And the first thing I saw was fresh footprints. My stomach tightened. They weren't mine. They were already inside the gate. Walking forward. Into the cemetery. I froze. No visitors, I whispered. Right. But the prints didn't look recent in a normal way. They looked repeated. Same pattern. Same depth. Like someone had walked the same path over and over again. I followed them slowly. Not because I wanted to, because I didn't see any other direction. The gravel path led between graves. Names faded. Dates old. Most of them decades apart. But the footprints were fresh. Too fresh. Like they were made today. I checked my phone. No signal. No surprise there. But the battery dropped from 78% to 61% in seconds. I frowned. That's not normal. I locked the screen. Looked up again. The footprints had changed direction. Now they were coming toward me. I stepped back instantly. My heart bumped hard in my chest. But the path behind me was empty. No second set of prints. Just mine. Only mine. I exhaled slowly. Okay, maybe I'm tired. I started walking again. This time not following the prints. Just moving forward. The cemetery felt larger than it should have. That was the second thing I noticed. From the gate it looked small. But now it stretched. Rows kept appearing. New sections unfolding as I walked. Like the place was expanding while I was inside it. I stopped near a tall iron cross. It had a name carved into it. But the letters were wrong. Not faded. Not broken. Just incomplete. Like the name was never finished. I touched it lightly. Cold stone. But underneath the cold, there was warmth. I pulled my hand back quickly. Then I heard it. A sound behind me. Soft. Like gravel shifting. I turned. Nothing. Only darkness between graves. But the flashlight beam caught something for a split second. Movement. between two headstones. Not walking, just standing. I swallowed hard. "Hello," I called out. Silence answered. Of course it did. I kept walking. The maintenance path should have led to a small shed. Tools, fuse box, generator. Simple layout. I should have reached it by now. But I hadn't. Instead, the cemetery started repeating itself. Same graves. Same broken angel statue. Same tilted stone with no name. I passed it 3 times. That's when my breathing changed. Shorter. Faster. No, this isn't right," I muttered. I turned sharply. Marked a tree with my hand. A scratch. Something to confirm direction. Then I walked forward again. 10 steps. 15. I turned back. The tree was gone. My hand froze midair. What the? I walked back quickly. But there was no tree. Only graves. All identical. All arranged too perfectly. Like the world had been reset. My flashlight flickered again. This time longer. When it stabilized, something was closer. Standing between the graves. A shape. Not fully visible. But there. I raised the light slowly. It didn't move. Just waited. I forced my voice out. "I'm just here for maintenance," I said. "I'm not supposed to." The words stopped in my throat. Because the shape tilted slightly. Like it was listening. Not reacting. Listening. Then it stepped forward. Just 1 step. And the gravel didn't sound. That was wrong. Everything here made sound. Even silence had sound. But this, nothing. I backed up slowly. The flashlight shook in my hand. Okay, I'll leave," I whispered. I turned slightly. And that's when I saw it. Behind me. Another shape. Closer than the first. I hadn't heard it move. I hadn't seen it arrive. But it was there now. Blocking the path back. My breath froze. I turned again. The first shape was still there. Now both of them were closer. I felt my stomach drop. No, this isn't part of the job," I said under my breath. The wind picked up suddenly. But only between the graves. Not above them. Not around them. Just through them. Like something was breathing through the ground. I stepped back again. The gravel under my boot felt softer. Almost wet. I looked down. For a split second, I saw movement under the soil. Like something shifting beneath the graves. I jerked my head up. Both shapes were closer again. But now I could see something else. Their outlines weren't stable. They flickered. Like broken images. Not fully formed bodies. More like ideas of people. I whispered, "What do you want?" The cemetery answered. Not with words, but with sound. All around me. Gravel shifting. Distant metal creaking. Soft footsteps. Too many. Everywhere. I turned slowly. And now I saw them. Between every grave. Shapes. Standing. Watching. Not moving. Just present. The cemetery wasn't empty. It never was. I just hadn't noticed yet. My flashlight dimmed again. I hit it once. It flickered brighter for a second. Long enough for me to see one of the figures clearly. It had no face. Just smooth shadow where features should be. But it was looking directly at me. And I knew it was. Because I felt it. Not with my eyes. With my skin. The realization hit me cold. I wasn't walking through a cemetery. I was walking through something that remembered people. And now it remembered me. The flashlight died. Instant darkness. But I wasn't alone in it. Because the sound didn't stop. It got closer. All of it. Every direction. Surrounding me. Then a whisper came. Very close. Right beside my ear. Maintenance required. My body froze completely. And in that moment, I understood why no one takes this job. Because nothing here is dead. It just stops pretending when someone new arrives. It started with the smallest mistake. A name I had already seen. And then it wasn't the same anymore. I stood in front of the same grave again. Same place, same stone, same cracked edge near the top. But the name carved into it had changed. I blinked hard, leaning closer. "No way," I whispered. The letters were different. Not faded differently. Not damaged. Completely rewritten. Like someone had taken a knife and redone the carving while I wasn't looking. I stepped back slowly. Checked my notes on the clipboard. Yes, I had written it down earlier. I remember clearly. Daniel Mercer. But now the stone said, Daniel Mercer Jr. My stomach tightened. That didn't exist before. I looked around. The cemetery was silent. Too silent. Even the wind had stopped. I laughed once under my breath. A nervous, broken sound. Okay, maybe I wrote it wrong. But I knew I didn't. I looked again. The name didn't change this time. It stayed there, waiting, like it knew I was paying attention. I moved to the next grave, just to confirm, just to prove myself wrong. But my hand froze midair. The name on that stone was mine. I stepped back so fast I almost dropped the clipboard. No, I said immediately. No, no, no. My heartbeat shot up. I leaned closer again. The name was still there. Clear. My full name. Exactly as it should be. Carved deep into the stone like it had always belonged. But I had never seen this grave before. I checked the date. It was wrong. Not future. Not past. Just disconnected. Like time didn't matter here anymore. My breathing got shallow. I turned around quickly. The cemetery looked the same, but it didn't feel the same anymore. Something had shifted. I walked fast to the next section, trying to reset my mind, trying to focus on work. That was the rule. Check graves, log changes, report anomalies. Simple, but nothing about this was simple anymore. I stopped at another headstone. This one looked normal. For a second, then I read the name. My supervisor's name. I frowned. That's not possible, I muttered. I checked the date. He was alive. I had spoken to him yesterday. Drank tea with him in the office. He wasn't dead. I pulled out my phone instantly. No signal. Still dead. But now the screen brightness flickered on its own. Once, then again, like it was reacting to something nearby. I backed away from the grave. Slow, careful. Then, a sound. Behind me. Footsteps. I turned fast. Nothing, but the feeling was worse than sound. Because I wasn't alone anymore. Not even a little. I walked faster now. Between graves. Scanning names. Trying to find consistency. But there was none. Every stone I passed felt unstable. Names shifting at the edge of my vision. Like they were being rewritten when I wasn't looking directly at them. I stopped again, forced myself to focus. One grave, one name. I looked. It said Aisha Khan. I blinked, looked again. Now it said Aisha Khan alive. My throat went dry. I whispered, "That's not how this works." The wind returned suddenly. Cold, sharp, and with it came something else. Whispers, not words I could understand. Just sound, surrounding me, circling me, like the cemetery was talking to itself. I turned slowly. The graves behind me looked closer. Not physically, but visually. Like the spacing had shrunk. Like the world was compressing. I walked toward the gate instinctively. But it wasn't where I expected it to be. The path stretched longer. More turns. More rows. More names. I stopped again. My hands were shaking now. "This is just a system error," I said out loud. "Old records, bad database, that's it." But even saying it felt like a lie. Because paper doesn't rewrite itself. Stone doesn't update itself. I checked another grave. This one had no name before. Blank. Empty. Now it had one. Unrecorded visitor. My stomach dropped instantly. I stepped back. "What does that even mean?" I whispered. The wind stopped again. Instant silence. And in that silence, the name changed again. Now it said, "Observed." I froze completely. Something moved behind me. I didn't turn immediately, because I already knew. I slowly turned anyway. Nothing there, but the feeling stayed. Closer now. The cemetery was reacting to me. Not just changing. Reacting. I forced myself to keep walking. Faster, trying to reach the gate. But the graves started repeating again. Same stones. Same names. Same patterns. Except they weren't stable anymore. They were cycling, changing every time I looked away. I stopped at one grave and stared directly at it. Refused to blink. The name stayed steady. Then, my eyes watered. Just for a second. And in that fraction of a second, the name changed. I blinked again. It changed back. My breath caught. I whispered, "So it only changes when I'm not watching." A realization hit me cold. It wasn't random. It was conditional. Dependent on observation. I slowly pulled my phone out again. Opened camera. Pointed it at the grave. The screen showed the name clearly. Stable. Unchanging. I lowered the phone. Looked at it directly. The name shifted immediately. I raised the phone again. It stabilized again. I felt my stomach twist. "So, you only exist when I'm not looking at you properly," I muttered. The cemetery didn't answer, but it felt like it agreed. A soft pressure built in the air, like something leaning closer, testing me. I moved slowly now, camera always on, watching every grave through the screen. And it worked. The name stayed consistent. For a while, until I reached the older section. The oldest graves. The stones here were cracked more. Worn down. Some unreadable. I pointed the camera forward. And froze. Every single name on the screen was different. Even though I wasn't moving. Even though I hadn't looked away. They were changing in real time. Inside the camera. Not outside. Inside. My hands went cold. I lowered the phone slowly. Looked directly. The graves were stable again. I raised the phone. They changed again. Faster now. More aggressive. Like they were aware of being observed differently. My breathing got heavier. "This isn't possible," I whispered again. But my voice felt small now. The wind returned, but only through the older section, carrying something with it. Not sound, not words, recognition. Like the cemetery was remembering me, and then forgetting me, and then rewriting me. I turned back toward the gate again. But it wasn't just far now. It was different. The gate had changed shape. It looked older, heavier, like it had been there much longer than I remembered. I took one step forward, then stopped, because I saw a grave near the path. My name again. But this time, it had changed. It no longer matched me. It matched what I would become. And below it, a second line was being carved, slowly, as if something invisible was writing it. I leaned closer without thinking, and the last thing I saw before the words finished was my own reflection in the stone, blinking, even though I was. I saw the grave before I reached it, and I knew instantly it shouldn't be there. The ground was still wet. Dark soil piled in a perfect circle, like someone had dug it recently and left in a hurry. But the worst part was the smell. Not decay, not rot, just earth. Fresh, too fresh. Like the ground had been opened minutes ago. I slowed down without meaning to. My feet just refused to move faster. And then I saw the nameplate, half buried in the dirt beside the grave. I knelt down slowly. My hand shook as I pulled it out. The metal was still warm. That made no sense. I wiped it clean with my sleeve. The name wasn't fully visible yet. Just letters forming, like it hadn't finished deciding what it wanted to be. I whispered, "This wasn't here before." But my voice didn't sound like mine anymore. It sounded smaller, further away. The wind stopped again, like the world was listening. I stood up slowly, looked around the cemetery. Everything looked normal, too normal. The graves behind me were still, silent, but I could feel something underneath that silence. Something waiting. I stepped closer to the edge of the open grave. And that's when I heard it. A soft sound. Not from outside. From inside the hole. A slow shift. Like something turning over in sleep. My breath caught. I leaned forward slightly, just enough to see inside. The grave was deep. Too deep. Deeper than it should be. The walls of the pit looked wrong, uneven, like they kept stretching down instead of stopping. I swallowed hard. "Hello," I said quietly. No answer. Just silence again. But now the silence felt different. Heavier, pressing against my ears. I pulled out my phone without thinking. Turned on the flashlight. The beam dropped into the grave. And that's when I saw it. Something was there. Not fully visible. Just shape. Covered in dark cloth, or maybe soil, I couldn't tell. But it was moving. Very slowly. Like it knew I was watching. My hand started shaking so badly, I almost dropped the phone. I forced myself to speak again. I think this is a mistake," I said. My voice cracked halfway through. The shape didn't respond, but it shifted again. A slow turn, like it was orienting itself toward me. I stepped back immediately. My heart slammed against my chest. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay, I'm leaving." But my feet didn't move, like something had already decided otherwise. I looked away from the grave for a second. Just a second. And that was enough. Because when I looked back, the shape was closer. Not out of the grave, but higher, like it had risen without leaving a trace of movement. I froze completely. No, I said under my breath. My throat felt tight, dry. The shape stopped moving, perfectly still now, like it was waiting for me to decide what happens next. I backed away slowly, step by step, never breaking eye contact. The ground behind me felt uneven, but I didn't look. I couldn't, because if I looked away again, I knew something would change. And I was right. I heard it, a sound from behind me, soft, a scrape, like soil being dragged. I turned my head just slightly, just enough, and saw another grave, one that wasn't there before. Fresh dirt, fresh nameplate, and something was already inside it, moving. My mind stopped working for a second, just a blank gap of fear. "This is impossible," I whispered. But the word impossible didn't feel strong enough anymore, because it was happening, right in front of me. I turned back to the original grave. The shape inside was now completely still, but it felt more aware than before. Like stillness wasn't absence. It was attention. I swallowed hard. "I didn't come here for this," I said quietly. No response. Of course not. Why would it respond? And yet, I felt like it understood everything I said. I took another step back. Then another. The cemetery around me felt tighter now, like the space itself had shrunk. The graves were closer. Too close. I glanced down at my phone again. The flashlight flickered. Just once. And in that flicker, I saw movement inside every grave around me. All at once, I shut the light off instantly. Silence. Darkness. But not peace. Never peace. I turned the flashlight back on slowly, and everything was still again. But I didn't trust it anymore. Nothing here stayed still unless it wanted to. I backed away from the open grave again. And this time I saw something I didn't before. Footprints. Fresh ones. Leading into it. Not out. Into it. I felt my stomach twist. "Someone went in," I whispered. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't the right question. The right question was, who was left to come out? The wind returned suddenly. Cold. Sharp. And it carried something with it this time. A sound. Not a voice. Not words. Just breathing. Slow. Deep. From everywhere at once. I turned in a slow circle. The cemetery was no longer empty. I couldn't see anything clearly anymore, but I could feel presence. All around me. Standing between graves. Watching. Waiting. I stepped back again, and my heel hit something soft. I froze. Slowly turned my head down. Another grave. Right behind me. Open. I hadn't seen it before. My flashlight beam dropped into it, and I saw the same thing. Something inside. Moving. But this one was closer to the surface. I stumbled back immediately. My breath turned shallow. "I need to leave," I said out loud now, stronger, forced. "I need to leave now." I turned toward the path, but it wasn't clear anymore. The cemetery had shifted again. Paths weren't straight. They curved where they shouldn't, like the place was rearranging itself around me. I started walking fast, then faster, but every direction felt wrong. Every step felt like I was being guided somewhere instead of escaping. And then I heard it. Behind me. A voice. Soft. Right behind my ear. Don't go. I stopped. My entire body locked in place. Slowly turned my head. No one there. But the breath was still close. Too close. I looked forward again and saw something new. The open grave I had been standing beside earlier was now filled completely, as if nothing had ever been inside it. But the nameplate next to it was gone, just gone, like it had never existed. I felt my hands go cold. Something was rewriting the cemetery faster now, erasing and rebuilding. Around me, with me inside it, I started walking again. Not fast, not slow, just forward, because stopping felt worse. The path ahead finally opened up. The gate. I could see it, but even as relief started to form, I noticed something wrong. The gate wasn't outside the cemetery. It was inside it. Farther in, deeper than before. I stopped again. My mind refused to accept it. That's not possible, I whispered again. But everything here had already stopped caring about what was possible. Behind me, the graves shifted again. I could hear it. Soil moving, stone scraping, names changing. And somewhere in that sound, I heard my name again. But this time, it wasn't written. It was spoken from inside the open graves. It stopped feeling like I was visiting the cemetery and started feeling like I was already part of it. I saw the headstone from far away, and my body reacted before my mind did. A slow freeze, like my blood forgot how to move. It was standing right in the middle of the path, where no grave had been yesterday, where no grave should ever be. I walked closer without meaning to. Every step felt heavier than the last. And then I saw the name. My name, carved into stone like it had always belonged there. No mistakes, no fatting, fresh, sharp, too perfect. I stopped a few feet away. My throat went dry instantly. No, I whispered, but the word didn't feel strong enough to stop anything. The air around the grave felt different, cleaner, still, like the rest of the cemetery was holding its breath. I forced myself to look at the dates. They weren't normal, not past, not future, just blank spaces waiting to be filled, like something hadn't decided yet when I would stop existing. My hands started shaking. I stepped closer again, against every instinct. And that's when I noticed something worse. The soil around the grave was already disturbed, fresh, like it had been opened recently and closed again. Not long ago, maybe hours, maybe minutes. I backed away slowly. This is not real, I said out loud. My voice cracked halfway through, but even saying it felt useless now, because everything here was real in the wrong way. The wind moved again, but this time it wasn't random. It circled the grave, slow, intentional, like something was walking around it without showing itself. I turned my head slightly. Nothing there. Of course, nothing ever showed itself fully anymore. I looked back at the headstone, and my stomach dropped again. Something had changed. A second line was appearing. Not carved yet, but forming, slowly, like invisible hands were pressing into the stone from the inside. I leaned forward without thinking. trying to read it. But it wasn't letters yet. It was intention. Like the stone knew what it wanted to say, but hadn't finished deciding. My breathing got shallow, and then I heard it. A sound behind me. Soft, very close, like someone stepping on dry leaves. I turned fast. Nothing, but the feeling didn't go away. It only moved closer. I looked back at the grave. The second line was clearer now. Not fully formed, but readable enough to make my stomach twist. It was my job title, the same one I used at work. That made no sense at all. I stepped back immediately. My heel hit something behind me. Another headstone. I didn't want to look, but I did, and I wish I hadn't. It was the same grave. My name. Same dates. Same everything. But now it was behind me too. I spun around and saw another one. On my left. Then another on my right. They weren't appearing far away anymore. They were surrounding me. Slowly, quietly, like the cemetery was closing a circle. My chest tightened. No, 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 I whispered. I started walking fast, then faster, but every direction I turned, another grave was already there, waiting, matching me step for step. The cemetery wasn't expanding. It was arranging itself. Around me, I stopped trying to walk. My mind couldn't process it anymore. I just stood there, in the middle, surrounded, and for a moment, everything went still. No wind, no movement. Even my thoughts felt suspended. Then, a whisper, right behind my ear. You're late. I froze completely. Every muscle locked. I didn't turn, because I already knew what I'd see. Or maybe I didn't want to confirm it. The voice wasn't loud. It wasn't even angry. It was patient, like it had been waiting for a long time. I forced myself to speak. Who are you? I asked. Silence. Then the whisper again. You already know. My throat tightened. I stepped forward quickly, trying to break whatever circle I was in. But the graves moved with me. Not physically, not visibly, but positionally. Every step I took, they matched it, like I was inside a map that updated in real time. I stopped again. My breathing was loud now, too loud, and I realized something worse. I wasn't just surrounded. I was being positioned, guided, like something was preparing me for a specific point. I turned my head slowly and saw it. The original grave. The one with my name. Now fully open. Not half. Not shallow. Completely open. Like it had been waiting the entire time. And something was inside it. Not moving now. Still, waiting for me to finish the pattern. My hands went cold. This is where it ends, I whispered. But even that felt wrong, because it didn't feel like an ending. It felt like arrival. The wind returned suddenly, stronger, carrying whispers again. But now they weren't random. They were forming words. My words. Things I had said earlier. Things I had thought. Echoed back to me in fragments. Like the cemetery was replaying my mind. I stepped back again. But the graves tightened. Closing distance. I tried the phone again. No signal. But the screen turned on by itself. And the camera opened, pointing forward, without me touching it. I didn't stop it. I just watched. On the screen, the graves looked different, more complete, more final. And in the center, my grave, already filled halfway. Something was happening inside it. Slow movement again, but now it felt closer, more aware, like it knew I was watching. I lowered the phone. The movement stopped. I raised it again. It continued. I swallowed hard. It reacts to observation, I whispered, and immediately regretted saying it out loud, because the whisper behind me returned. No, this time it was clearer, closer. I turned my head slightly and saw nothing, but the air behind me felt occupied, heavier. I stepped forward toward the grave, not because I wanted to, but because everything else was worse. As I got closer, the sound returned. That soft shifting, inside the ground, waiting. I stopped right at the edge, looking down. The soil was moving, very slightly, like something breathing underneath. My voice came out weaker than I expected. "I'm not supposed to be here," I said. No answer, but the movement paused, like it was listening. I swallowed hard, and that's when I saw something written on the inside edge of the grave. Not carved, forming, slowly appearing in the soil itself. It said, "You were always here." My body went numb. For a second, I couldn't move, couldn't think, just stared at it. Then, the soil shifted again, faster this time, like something underneath had heard the message too. I stepped back immediately, and the graves around me responded. All at once, a low sound, like stone adjusting, like the cemetery itself was inhaling. I turned toward the only direction that looked open, but it wasn't open anymore. Another grave had formed there, fresh, waiting, my name already half written. I closed my eyes for a second, just 1 second, and when I opened them, I was standing closer to my grave than before. I hadn't moved, but the distance had changed. I whispered, "No, no, no." But the cemetery didn't care. It was finishing the layout, positioning me exactly where I needed to be. The wind stopped again, and everything became very quiet. Too quiet. Even my heartbeat felt distant. And then the final whisper came. Not behind me this time. Not around me. Inside the grave. "Step in." I looked down, and the soil moved once. Slow, inviting, waiting, and I realized something I didn't want to understand. The grave wasn't waiting for a body. It was waiting for agreement. The elevator didn't stop where it should have. It passed floor 8, then kept going, but the display went blank. No numbers, no sound, just a soft vibration like it was moving through something it shouldn't touch. I stared at the panel. "Okay, that's new," I muttered. My voice sounded too calm for what I was feeling. The building was old but not broken. Not like this. The elevator slowed, stopped, doors opened, and I froze. There was no number above the door, no label, no sign, just a hallway, lit too dimly, too yellow, like the lights were tired of working. I didn't move. I checked the elevator panel again. Still blank. I pressed closed door. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. Still nothing. The doors stayed open, like they were waiting for me to decide something. A cold feeling crawled up my back. "Okay, no, I didn't select this," I said quietly. but my finger hovered over the button anyway. And then I noticed something. The floor indicator was back. It showed a number, but I had never seen floor 9 in this building. Never. I live here. I know every floor. There is no 9. I looked down the hallway again. It was still there, still waiting, and for some reason, it felt familiar. That scared me more than anything. I stepped out slowly. The elevator stayed open behind me, like it was watching. The hallway was too long. That was my first thought. Too long for a building like this. The walls were the same beige color as every other floor, but cleaner, like untouched, like no one had ever walked here enough to leave marks. I turned back. The elevator doors were closed now. I didn't hear them move. They were just shut. My stomach tightened. "Okay, this is not funny," I whispered. I tried pressing the elevator button again. Nothing. No light. No response. Just a dead panel. I was stuck on a floor that wasn't supposed to exist. I started walking forward. Slow. Careful. Each step echoed too clearly, like the hallway was empty but listening. Then I heard it. A faint sound. Behind me. I turned. Nothing. Just the elevator door. Still closed. Still silent. But the sound came again. A soft mechanical hum. Like something inside the wall was breathing through wires. I looked forward again. And stopped. There was a door. Right in front of me. Apartment 9A. I frowned. "That's not my building layout," I said under my breath. But my feet moved anyway. I didn't tell them to. They just went. I stood in front of the door. The number plate was new. Too new. Like it had been replaced recently. The paint around it was slightly different shade. Someone had installed it quickly. Or hidden it. I reached out slowly and touched the handle. It was warm. That made me pull my hand back instantly. "Nope," I said. "Nope, I'm done." But the door clicked. From inside. Just once. Like something acknowledged me. My heart jumped. I stepped back. Then it happened. A soft sound came from inside the apartment. A chair scraping. Slow. Deliberate. Like someone stood up and waited. My breathing got shallow. I didn't knock. I didn't speak. I just stood there, waiting for it to stop. But it didn't. Instead, I heard footsteps. Approaching the door. Slow. Measured. And then stopping. Right on the other side. Silence. Heavy silence. The kind that makes your ears ring. I whispered hello. No answer. But the handle moved slightly. Not opening. Just testing. Like something was checking if I was real. I backed away again. The hallway felt longer now. I swear it did. The walls seemed further apart. Like the building itself was stretching around me. Then I noticed something on the wall. A directory panel. Old. Faded. I walked toward it slowly. My fingers traced the glass. The list of floors was there. But something was wrong. It only showed 1 to 8. No 9. Nothing beyond 8. I stared at it, then looked back at the hallway. The door was still there. Apartment 9A. I laughed once. A nervous, broken sound. "So you're not on the map," I said quietly. Behind me, the elevator beeped. Once. I turned fast. The doors were open again. But this time, the inside was dark. Not normal dark. Wrong dark. Like the light didn't exist inside it. I didn't hear it open. I didn't see it move. It was just open. Waiting. I took a step toward it without meaning to. Then stopped myself. No, I said, I'm not going back in there. The elevator stayed open. Like it didn't care. Like it knew I'd return anyway. The hallway lights flickered once. Just once. And in that flicker, the apartment door was closer. I froze. It had moved. It was not where it was before. It was nearer. Closer than it should be. I stepped back. My heel hit something. The elevator threshold. I hadn't realized I moved that far. The doors behind me were still open. Still dark. Still waiting. I turned slowly and saw something I didn't want to see. The floor indicator inside the elevator now showed 9. But I hadn't pressed anything. I backed away fast, but the hallway behind me felt different again. Shorter, tighter. The apartment door was now right beside me. Not ahead. Beside me. I didn't move. I couldn't. Then I heard it. From inside the apartment. A whisper. Right against the door. My floor. I stepped back instantly. My breath shook. No, I live here, I said. I live on. I stopped. Because I suddenly couldn't remember my floor number. My own floor. It was there a second ago. Now it was gone. The elevator beeped again. Behind me. Once, I turned slowly and saw the display change. From 9 to 10. I froze. That's not even possible, I whispered. The hallway lights dimmed further. The apartment door creaked slightly. Not opening. Just acknowledging movement inside. I backed toward the elevator again. Because it felt safer. That was the worst part. The elevator felt safer than the hallway now. I stepped inside. The doors didn't close immediately. They waited. Like they were checking if I was sure. I pressed the button for ground floor. Nothing. I pressed it again. Still nothing. Then the speaker crackled. Just once. A soft voice came through. Not robotic. Not distorted. Familiar. Too familiar. You're not on the list anymore. My hands went cold. I looked at the buttons. They had changed. There were only 2 now. 9. And stay. The hallway behind me shifted slightly. The apartment door was gone. Just gone. Like it was never there. But I could still hear something behind it. Breathing. Waiting. The elevator doors began to close. Slowly. Not because I pressed anything. Because it decided. And right before they shut completely, I saw the floor indicator flash one last time. It wasn't 9 anymore. It was my name. The door was already open. I know I didn't open it. I stood there for a full 5 seconds just staring at it. My hands still on the elevator frame behind me. My mind trying to catch up with what my eyes were seeing. The apartment number matched mine. Perfectly. Same digits. Same placement. But I had never seen this door before. Never. And I live on this floor. At least I think I do. I stepped out slowly. The hallway behind me didn't feel like it belonged to the same building anymore. It was too quiet. Too smooth. Like sound itself was being erased the moment it happened. I looked back once. The elevator doors were gone. Just a blank wall now. No buttons, no frame, no trace. My stomach dropped. No, no, that's not possible, I whispered. But nothing answered me. I turned back to the apartment door. It was still open, just slightly, like it was waiting for me to decide something important. A thin line of light came from inside. Warm, almost normal. That was the worst part. Normal always feels wrong here. I stepped closer. Slow, careful. My heartbeat was loud in my ears now. Too loud for how quiet everything else was. I stopped right in front of the door. And that's when I noticed something. The nameplate next to it. My name, but spelled slightly differently. One letter off. Like someone remembered me wrong. My throat tightened. I don't live here, I said quietly. But my voice didn't sound sure anymore. It sounded like it was asking permission. The door creaked again. Just a little. From inside. Not opening. Just acknowledging me. I pushed it slightly with my fingertips. It gave way instantly. No resistance. No lock. Even though I remember this exact apartment always being locked. Always. That was the rule. I remember trying it before. I remember walking away from it before. So why was it open now? I stepped inside. The air changed immediately. It felt warmer. Not comfortable warm. Familiar warm. Like I had been here before. A smell hit me next. Something like old fabric and instant tea. My chest tightened. That smell. I knew that smell. But I couldn't place it. I walked forward slowly. The living room was right ahead. Same layout as mine. Same walls. Same furniture shape. But everything was slightly off. Like a copy made by someone who had only seen it once. The couch was on the wrong side. The table had one extra leg. The clock on the wall was ticking, but too slowly. Almost like it was tired. I swallowed hard. "Hello," I called out. My voice disappeared instantly. No echo. No response. Just swallowed. Like the room didn't want sound to repeat itself. I took another step and saw something on the table. A cup of tea. Still warm. Steam rising. I froze. "That's impossible," I whispered. "I don't drink tea before bed. Ever." But my hand moved anyway. Slow. Unwanted. I stopped it just before touching the cup. Pulled back instantly. "No," I said louder this time. "No. I'm not doing this." The room didn't react. But something behind me did. A soft sound. Like a chair shifting slightly. I turned fast. Nothing there. But the feeling of presence had moved. It wasn't behind me anymore. It was around me. I forced myself to look forward again. And that's when I noticed the photos. On the wall. My photos. But not the ones I remember taking. Different angles. Different lighting. Same people. Same places. But I wasn't holding the camera in any of them. I was already inside the frame. My stomach dropped again. "This is not my apartment," I said firmly. But my voice cracked halfway. The clock ticked once. Loud. Too loud. And then stopped. I stared at it. The second hand frozen mid-motion. Like time had decided to pause just to listen. I moved toward the hallway inside the apartment. The bedroom door was slightly open. That was new. My bedroom door is always closed. Always. I approached it slowly. every step heavier than the last. My hand reached the door before my mind agreed, and I pushed it open. The room was dark, but not empty. There was a shape on the bed, still, covered, sleeping, or pretending to. My breath caught instantly. "No," I whispered again. I stepped closer. The shape didn't move. I reached for the bedside lamp, turned it on, and froze completely. It was me, lying there, not fully visible, not fully formed, but enough to recognize myself. My face, my body, my clothes, just wrong in small ways. Slightly older, slightly still, like something had copied me, but forgot to finish updating the version. I stumbled back instantly, hit the door frame. My breathing turned sharp. "Vast, what is this?" I whispered. The version of me in the bed didn't move, but its eyes opened, slowly, and looked straight at me. Not surprised, not afraid, just aware, like it had been waiting. I backed out of the room immediately, back into the hallway. The apartment felt smaller now, like it was closing around me. I turned toward the exit, but the front door was gone. Just a wall now, smooth, perfect, no handle, no cracks. I ran to it anyway, hit it once, hard. Nothing. "No, no, no," I said louder now, panic finally breaking through. I turned back. The bedroom door was closed again. I didn't see it close, but it was closed, and from inside, I heard movement. Slow, getting up. I backed away into the living room. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would break my ribs. Then I saw something new. The teacup on the table was now empty. Still warm, but empty, like someone had just finished drinking it. Behind me, the bedroom door opened. Slowly. I didn't turn. I couldn't. A voice came out. Mine, but not exactly mine. "You came early." I froze completely. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. The voice continued. "We weren't finished preparing." I finally turned. Slowly. The hallway behind me was empty, but the mirror on the wall was. I saw myself standing there. Not in the room. In the mirror. Just watching. Not moving. Not blinking. And smiling slightly. Like I already knew how this ended. I whispered, "What do you want from me?" The reflection tilted its head and said something that made my blood go cold. "Nothing. You already agreed." The lights flickered once, and when they came back, I wasn't standing where I thought I was anymore. The apartment looked the same, but something was missing. The door behind me was gone, and in its place was a closed elevator door. Inside the apartment, I stepped into the apartment because I thought I already knew what I would find. That was my first mistake. The door wasn't locked. It opened like it had been waiting for me all day. No creak, no resistance, just a soft, smooth swing inward, like someone on the other side had already decided to let me in. My hand stayed on the handle longer than it should have. I don't know why. Maybe because the air inside felt colder than the hallway. Or maybe because I heard something move. Not loud, not clear. Just a shift. Like fabric brushing against skin in another room. I told myself it was nothing. Old building, empty spaces, pipes, wind. That's what you say when your brain doesn't want to accept the truth yet. I stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not dust, not mold. It was something softer, like soap, fresh soap. My throat tightened a little at that, because empty apartments don't smell like that. I stood still for a moment, listening. Nothing. Then very faintly, a sound from deeper inside. A chair, dragging just a few centimeters. I didn't move. I told myself I was just hearing the building settle. But I already knew I was lying, because the sound had weight to it. Intent, like someone moved the chair because they needed to sit closer to the wall to listen. I slowly closed the door behind me. The click felt too loud, too final, like I had sealed something in with me instead of locking anything out. The apartment looked almost like mine. That's what made my stomach drop. Same layout, same hallway shape, same small kitchen to the left, even the same cheap wall paint that slightly peeled near the corners. But everything was off. Not broken, not abandoned, just wrong in small ways that didn't make sense until your mind started stitching them together. A pair of shoes near the entrance, too clean, perfectly aligned, like someone had placed them carefully just minutes ago. I stared at them longer than I should have, because they weren't mine, but they looked like they were meant for me. I took a step forward. The floor made a soft sound under my weight, and from the kitchen, a spoon tapped against a cup. Once, then silence. My breath stopped halfway in my chest. I didn't walk toward it. I didn't run. I just listened, because now I was sure. Someone was inside, and they knew I was here. I whispered hello. My voice sounded wrong in the space. Too small, like it didn't belong. No answer came, but something else did. A slow movement, behind the kitchen wall. Not footsteps, not running, just packing, back and forth, measured, patient, like whoever it was had been doing it for a long time and had no reason to stop just because I arrived. I should have left. I know that. Every part of me knew it. But I didn't move, because something else caught my attention. The TV. It was off, but the screen had a faint glow. Not light, more like reflection without a source. And in that reflection, I saw something shift. Not behind me, inside the screen. A silhouette, standing in the same hallway I was in, facing my direction. But when I turned, nothing was there, just empty air. My heart started hitting my ribs harder now. I stepped closer to the TV, slowly, carefully, like sudden movement would make everything worse. The reflection steadied again, and this time I saw it clearly. A figure, still, watching, not moving like a glitch, moving like a person breathing very slowly on purpose. I felt my mouth go dry. I whispered again, "Who is there?" And that's when the kitchen sound stopped. Complete silence. No pipes. No wind. Nothing. Just me. And the feeling that everything in this apartment had leaned toward me at once. Then, a voice. Soft. Not from behind me. Not from the TV. From the walls. Kayatum Arage. My blood went cold. Because I understood it. And because I didn't. The voice sounded calm. Familiar. Like it had been waiting a long time to say that sentence. I took a step back without thinking. My heel hit something. I looked down. A photo frame. Face down. I don't remember stepping over it. My hands shook slightly as I picked it up. And the moment I turned it over, my stomach dropped so hard I thought I might fall. It was a picture of me. Not recent. Older. Maybe years ago. But it was me. Standing in a place I didn't recognize. Smiling slightly. Like I belonged there. My fingers went numb. I dropped the frame. It didn't break. It just landed softly. Like it had already fallen before and learned how to survive it. From the hallway, a door opened. Slowly. Not the one I came through. Another one. At the end of the corridor. I hadn't noticed it before. I swear it wasn't there when I entered. It stood half open now. Dark inside. But not empty. Something stood in it. Still. Watching. Not stepping out. Just waiting for me to understand something. My mind started racing. This wasn't normal. This wasn't even haunted house normal. This felt like something that had been arranged. Prepared. Like the apartment wasn't a place. It was a setup. A loop. A rehearsal. I took one step toward the exit. The moment I did, the hallway light flickered. Just once. And in that flicker, I saw the apartment fully different. Not empty. Not abandoned. Occupied. People standing where walls used to be. Silhouettes in every corner. Some sitting. Some standing too still. All facing me. All silent. Then the light came back. And everything was empty again. My breath came out shaky. I backed toward the door. Slowly. Carefully. But then I heard it again. My name. Not shouted. Not whispered. Just spoken like it belonged there. Right behind me. I turned. Nothing. But the door I entered through was closed now. I don't remember closing it. I walked fast to it, grabbed the handle, pulled hard. Locked. My heart dropped. I pulled again. Harder. Nothing. Behind me, the kitchen spoon tapped the cup again. Once. Like a signal. Like approval. And then the voice came again. Closer this time. You always leave too early. I froze. Because I knew that voice now. Not completely. But enough to feel sick. It sounded like mine. Not exactly. But close enough to make my thoughts feel unsafe. The hallway light dimmed again. And I saw it. Just for a second. The silhouette was no longer far away. It was at the end of the hallway. Closer. And now, it was standing exactly the way I was standing. Facing me. Mimicking me. Waiting for me to do something I had already done before. My fingers slowly left the door handle. I didn't even realize I had stopped trying to open it. Because suddenly, I wasn't sure which side of the door I was supposed to be on. And that thought, that was worse than anything I had seen so far. Behind me, something shifted again. Closer than before. Patient. Breathing. Not rushing. Because it already knew I wasn't going anywhere. And as I stood there, trapped between the hallway and whatever was copying me in the dark, I finally understood the worst part. This apartment wasn't hiding someone inside. It was learning me. And I think it already knew what I would do next. The map didn't fade out. It stopped. Just a clean, sharp edge in the middle of the forest region, like someone had cut reality with scissors. No roads beyond that point. No symbols. No names. just empty green space. I kept staring at it longer than I should have. Because maps don't end like that. They blur, they fade, they get messy. This one didn't. It felt deliberate, like someone made a decision to erase everything beyond that line. The forest in front of me looked normal at first. Too normal. Tall trees, heavy air, soft wind moving through leaves. But the silence was wrong. No birds. No insects. Nothing alive making sound. Just wind touching things that refused to respond back. I stepped out of the car and immediately felt it. Not fear exactly. More like pressure. Like the air was slightly heavier than it should be. I checked my recorder. Still working. Good. At least something behaved normally here. I wrote the location in my notebook again, even though I already knew it by heart. Old habits. Research habits. Names, dates, coordinates. That's how you make sense of things. But this place didn't want to be made sense of. I started walking toward the tree line. Every step felt too loud. Dry leaves cracked under my shoes like bones breaking too easily. I paused once. Listened. Still nothing. No wind movement in branches. No distant animal sound. Just my breathing. And even that sounded unfamiliar here. As I crossed into the forest, the temperature dropped slightly. Not dramatic. Just enough for my skin to notice. Like the world was warning me politely. I ignored it. That's what I came for. A vanished town. No records. No official history. Only one sentence buried in an old archive file. Settlement removed from all maps after unexplained evacuation. No details. No survivors listed. No photographs. Just absence. And that absence is what made me curious enough to come here. I should have turned back at the first sign. But instead, I kept going deeper. The trees grew closer together. Too close. Like they were leaning in to listen. The ground became softer under my feet. Wet, but there had been no rain. That was my first real discomfort. Because water without weather means something is feeding the ground. I stopped again. Looked around. Nothing had changed. But I had the strange feeling I was being adjusted. Not watched. Adjusted. Like I was being positioned correctly, inside something larger. I laughed a little under my breath. Nervous habit. Then I said out loud, "It's just a forest." My voice disappeared immediately. No echo. No return sound. Just swallowed. I checked my recorder again. Still on. Still recording. But I noticed something strange. A faint delay. My own footsteps played back half a second later than they should. I stopped walking. The recording stopped too. Silence again. I stared at the device. Then restarted it. It worked normally again. I told myself it was interference. Maybe magnetic issues. Old forest. Unknown signals. That explanation made sense. At least on paper. I continued forward. That's when I saw the first structure. A wooden sign. Half broken. Covered in moss. It was tilted slightly, like it had been pushed long ago and never fixed. I stepped closer. Wiped some dirt away with my hand. Letters were carved into it. But they were wrong. Not eroded. Changed. Like someone had rewritten them over time. I could still read it. But it didn't feel like English anymore. It felt like the idea of words. The sign pointed deeper into the forest. No name of town. Just an arrow. I stared at it for a long time. because now I was sure of something I didn't want to believe. The town wasn't erased. It was redirected. I kept walking. The forest changed slowly after that. Subtle at first. Trees growing in more structured patterns. Paths forming without being carved. Like something had once organized this place and forgotten it halfway through. Then I saw something between the trees. A fence. Old. Rusting. Stretching across the forest like a boundary that had no reason to exist anymore. I touched it. Cold metal. Still solid. Still real. And that was the worst part. It hadn't decayed properly. It had just stopped aging. Like time forgot to finish its job here. I followed the fence. It curved gently, almost like it was guiding me, or containing something. Eventually, I reached a gap, a break in the fence, and beyond it, the town, or what should have been one. Buildings stood between the trees. Small houses, a few larger structures, all partially swallowed by forest growth, but intact, too intact. No collapse, no ruin, just quiet abandonment, like everyone left in the middle of living. I stepped inside slowly. My recorder caught my breathing getting heavier. And something else, a faint second rhythm underneath mine. I stopped immediately, listened. Nothing changed, but the feeling stayed. I told myself it was imagination. That's what I always do when reality starts slipping slightly. But then I noticed something worse. The windows, every single one, reflected me incorrectly. Not distorted, not broken, wrong. In one window, I was standing facing left. In another, I was looking down. In another, I wasn't there at all. I stepped closer to one house. The door was slightly open, just enough to suggest invitation. I pushed it. It moved easily. Inside was a living room. Furniture still arranged neatly. A cup on a table. A coat hanging on a chair. Like someone would return any minute. I stepped inside. The air changed immediately. Warmer. Used. Like the room had never fully accepted being empty. I looked around slowly. Everything was covered in a thin layer of dust. Except one thing. A notebook on the table. Open. Fresh ink. No dust on its pages. I shouldn't have touched it. But I did. The handwriting inside made my stomach tight. It was mine. Not similar. Mine. Same strokes. Same pressure. Same spacing. But I had never written this. The page said, "You arrived earlier than expected." I froze, because I hadn't told anyone I was coming here. No one knew. No one could know. My recorder suddenly hissed. A sharp static burst. Then a voice came through. Clear. Close. My own voice. But not speaking what I was saying. It said, "You're inside now." I dropped the recorder immediately. It hit the floor. But the voice continued anyway. Not from the device anymore. From the room. From the walls. From everywhere at once. I stepped back slowly. My breathing turned uneven. And that's when I noticed the second chair. Behind me. Facing the table. Already occupied. Not by a visible person. But by weight. By presence. Like something was sitting there very patiently. Waiting for me to notice it properly. The notebook page turned by itself. Just one page. And on it, a sketch of me. standing inside this room, looking exactly like I was standing now. The pencil drawing even included my expression. Confused, slowly realizing. The door behind me creaked. Not opening, closing. I turned quickly. Too late. It was shut. And for the first time since I entered the forest, I realized something simple and terrifying. The map didn't end here. It had brought me here on purpose. And whatever lived in this town had been waiting for someone who could read maps. The first house wasn't supposed to be there. I remember stopping so suddenly that my breath almost caught in my throat. Because one moment it was just trees, dense, quiet watching. And the next moment, a wall, wooden, old, half swallowed by bark and vines. Like the forest had grown around it carefully, not destroyed it, preserved it. I stepped closer. My boots sank slightly into soft ground, too soft for something that should be solid earth. The house didn't look fully abandoned. That was the first wrong detail. Abandoned places decay. They break. They collapse. But this one still held shape. Like it was paused. Like someone had left in the middle of living and never pressed continue again. A window faced me. I didn't want to look inside, but I did anyway. There was a curtain, moving slightly, slow, not from wind, from something inside touching it. I told myself it was just air pressure, but the forest behind me was completely still. No wind at all. I stepped sideways to see more, and that's when I saw the second house, a few meters deeper in the trees. Same structure style, same old wood, same impossible presence. Like the forest wasn't hiding houses. It was growing them. I felt my throat tighten, because now I realized something worse. These weren't ruins. They were homes that had been absorbed, not destroyed, integrated. Like the forest didn't erase the town. It consumed it slowly, carefully, without breaking it. A branch creaked behind me. I turned fast. Nothing, only trees. But I noticed something new. The sound didn't echo. It stayed close, like it happened inside my head instead of outside. I moved forward again, carefully now, each step slower than the last. The second house had a door, slightly open, not wide, just enough to suggest invitation again. I should have stopped. I should have turned back. But something about the alignment of the houses made me curious. They weren't random. They were arranged, like streets that no longer existed were still being followed. I pushed the door gently. It moved with almost no resistance. Inside, air shifted. Not cold, not warm, just different, like stepping into a memory that didn't belong to me. The room was a living room. A sofa facing a wall. A small table. Dust layered evenly across everything, except the floor near the sofa. That part was clean, recently disturbed, like someone still sat there sometimes. I took a step inside. My recorder was still running. I didn't remember turning it back on. Static flickered softly in my pocket. Not loud, just present, like breathing. I moved closer to the sofa and saw something that made my stomach drop slightly. A glass, half full, water, clear, fresh, no dust inside it. My mind tried to explain it. Maybe condensation, maybe underground moisture. But I knew that was just noise, because water doesn't stay fresh in a dead house inside a dead forest. Something shifted upstairs. A soft step. Slow. Deliberate. I froze. Held my breath. Waited. Nothing followed. Just silence again. But now it wasn't peaceful silence. It felt occupied. I whispered without meaning to, "Hello." My voice didn't bounce. It sank, like it was absorbed into the wood. Another step upstairs. Closer this time. I looked toward the ceiling. Old wooden beams. Dark. Still. But something about them felt aware. Like the house wasn't just a structure. It was a body. And I was standing inside it. I backed away slowly, trying not to make noise. But the floor answered every step anyway. Too loud. Too honest. Then I noticed something on the wall. A picture frame, hanging slightly crooked. I didn't see it when I entered. I swear I didn't. I stepped closer, my hands already feeling cold. The picture showed a family. 3 people, standing in front of this exact house, smiling, but their faces were wrong. Not distorted, just slightly unfocused, like the image couldn't decide how to remember them. And then I noticed something worse. In the background of the photo, the forest and the trees behind them looked like they were leaning inward, watching. I stepped back quickly. My shoulder hit something soft. I turned. The sofa. But now it wasn't empty. A dent had formed in it, slowly rising, like something had just stood up from it. I didn't wait. I moved toward the door. Fast, but not running. Because running feels like admitting you understand the danger. And I didn't want to understand it fully yet. I stepped outside. The forest air hit me like a reset. Too quiet again. Too still. But now I knew better than to trust quiet. Behind me, the door closed. Slowly. Not slammed. Not shut. Just decided. Like the house had finished observing me for now. I walked faster, looking around. And that's when I saw it clearly. More houses. Not just one. Not 2. At least 5. Partially visible between trees. All slightly different, but all connected. All placed like they were once part of a street that no longer existed in human memory. I felt something twist in my chest, because now I understood the pattern. This wasn't a forest with buildings inside it. This was a town that had refused to disappear completely, and was rebuilding itself using the only thing left around it: nature. I moved deeper, even though every instinct screamed at me to turn back. The trees grew thicker, the houses more frequent, and then I saw something new. A street lamp, standing alone between trees, still upright, still intact, not working, but not broken either, just waiting. I touched it, cold metal, and in that moment, the forest shifted, not visually, not loudly, just slightly, like something exhaled. And suddenly, I wasn't sure if I was walking through nature anymore, or through something pretending to be nature. A sound came from ahead, not footsteps this time. Voices, low, faint, not clear enough to understand words, but clear enough to know they were human-shaped. I stopped immediately, listened harder. The voices stopped too, like they had noticed me listening. I took one slow step forward, then another, between 2 trees. I saw them, two houses facing each other, and between them, a narrow space that looked like a street. But no road, just dirt worn flat by repetition, like something had walked there so many times it forgot how to stop. And for the first time since entering this forest, I felt it clearly. I wasn't alone, not just watched, not just observed. I was being approached, slowly, from somewhere I still couldn't fully see. And as I stood between those houses that should not exist, I realized the worst part wasn't that the town was still here. It was that it had been waiting for someone to walk back into it. They were there again, standing between the broken houses like they had been waiting for me the whole time. I stopped walking without thinking. My boots sank slightly into the wet ground, and the sound felt too loud in the silence. Because they didn't move, not even when I looked straight at them. I tried to tell myself it was just shadows, trees bending in the wind, my eyes playing tricks after hours of walking through this dead forest town. But there was no wind. Not here. Not anymore. And shadows don't stand in groups like that. 5 figures, maybe 6, spread out between the half-collapsed houses like they were remembering something I couldn't see. My radio cracked once on my belt, a small burst of static, then nothing. I reached for it anyway. Hello, my voice sounded wrong in the open air, too weak, too exposed. Only silence answered. That's when I noticed something else. They weren't facing each other. They were all facing me. I took a slow step back without meaning to. My heel hit something hard in the soil, a buried piece of wood maybe, or a bone I didn't want to think about. One of the figures tilted slightly, not like a person shifting weight, more like something trying to decide if it should imitate movement. My throat tightened. I should have run right then, but I didn't, because something in my chest kept pulling me forward instead, like I had seen them before, like I was supposed to recognize them. The houses around them weren't normal either. At first I thought they were ruins, just remains of an old settlement swallowed by the forest. But now I could see details. A curtain still hanging inside a window frame, a child's swing frozen in the yard of a house with no roof, a mailbox standing upright with no road leading to it. This place wasn't abandoned. It was paused, like someone had pressed stop on the world. Another figure shifted again. This time I was sure. It wasn't wind. It was a step. Slow, careful, deliberate. My body reacted before my mind did. I took a step back. Then another. But the forest behind me didn't feel like an exit anymore. It felt like a wall. And I remembered something I had been trying not to think about since I entered this place. The map, or rather the lack of it. There was no record of this town, no roads leading in, no signs, no satellite trace, just empty coordinates and a forest that shouldn't have held anything but trees. Yet here I was, standing in the middle of it, and something was standing with me. I raised my flashlight slowly, even though the daylight was still strong enough. The beam cut across the nearest figure, and I finally saw it clearly. It wasn't a shadow. It was a man. At least it used to be. He stood stiff, arms hanging too straight at his sides. His clothes were old, faded like they had been washed in dust instead of water. His face was turned toward me, but I couldn't make out details. Not because of distance, because something about him refused to stay focused. Like my eyes kept sliding off him without permission. I swallowed hard. "Hello," I said again, quieter this time. The word disappeared into the air. No echo, no response, but the man's head tilted a few degrees, and all the others followed. Not in sync, Not like a group, like they were all remembering the same instruction at slightly different times. My flashlight flickered once, just once, but it was enough for my stomach to drop, because in that split second of darkness, I was sure they had moved closer. When the light steadied again, they were still in their places. But now I couldn't trust distance anymore. My breathing got louder, too loud, like the forest was amplifying it back at me. I forced myself to look at the houses instead of them. That was a mistake, because one of the houses had a light on inside. A soft yellow glow in a window that had no glass. My chest tightened. That shouldn't be possible. There was no power here, no grid, no life. And yet the light was steady, warm, almost inviting. Then I heard something behind me. Not footsteps this time. Voices. Very low, very close. I turned fast. Nothing was there. But the figures were closer now. I didn't see them move. I just knew. The space between us had changed. That was the worst part, not seeing it happen, just realizing it already had. My hand went to my belt again, gripping the radio like it could anchor me. "I'm still here," I said into it, even though I didn't know who I was talking to anymore. "I don't know what this place is, but..." Static cut me off. Then something worse happened. A voice came through the radio. My voice. Not recorded, not delayed. Right now. Still here. It whispered it like it was testing the words. My blood went cold. I dropped the radio immediately. It hit the ground with a soft thud, but the whisper kept going. Still here. Still here. Still here. I stepped back again, faster now, my boots sliding in the mud. The figures didn't follow. They didn't need to, because the forest behind me changed. The path I had walked in on was gone. No trail, no break between trees, just endless trunks closing in like a door sealing shut. My stomach dropped fully this time. That was the moment I understood the real question. Not what they were, but what I was to them. A sound came from the nearest house. A chair dragging. Slow, careful. Inside that glowing window. I looked back at the figures. One of them raised its hand. Not waving. Pointing. At the house. At the light. At me. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to move anyway. Not toward the forest. Not toward escape. Toward the house. Because something inside me was starting to realize something I didn't want to accept. They weren't surrounding me to trap me. They were guiding me. And I think I already knew where. The door of the nearest house was open. I didn't remember it being open before. The yellow light spilled out onto the broken yard, like it was waiting for me personally. Behind me, the figures didn't follow. They just watched. Silent. Patient. Like they had finally finished arranging everything the way it was supposed to be. I took one step onto the porch, and the moment my foot touched the wood, the whispering stopped behind me. All at once. Complete silence. That was worse than anything else, because silence meant attention. I looked back one last time. The figures hadn't moved, but now I could see something I couldn't before. They weren't just watching me. They were emptying, like something inside them was leaving, heading somewhere else. Inside. I turned toward the door, and before I could stop myself, I stepped in. The light inside was warm. Too warm. And the first thing I saw was a table set for one. A single plate. A single chair. And on that plate was a name written in dust. My name. That's when I heard the chair behind me move again. The chair behind me moved again. Slow, like it had been waiting for me to notice it the whole time. I didn't turn right away, because something worse had already started happening. The room was changing while I stood still. The walls, they were no longer stable. I could see it in the corners of my vision. The edges of the room bending slightly, like paper curling over heat. The plate on the table wasn't just showing my name anymore. It was rewriting it, letter by letter, like something unseen was correcting it, fixing it. My breath caught in my throat. No, I whispered, but it didn't sound like refusal. It sounded like recognition. Behind me, the chair stopped moving. Then a voice spoke. Very close. Too calm. You finally came inside. My body went cold before I even turned. Because I knew that voice. Not from memory. From somewhere deeper. Like a thought I had never allowed myself to finish. I turned slowly. The chair was empty, but the warmth in the air behind it was. And the worst part was the footsteps. Soft, measured, circling me. Not rushing, not attacking, just confirming. Like something was walking around a shape it already understood. I backed up toward the door instinctively. My hand hit the frame. Wood, real, solid. Relief hit me for half a second. Then I pulled the door open and froze. The forest was still there, but it wasn't the same angle. The house had shifted. I swear it had. The porch was no longer where I had entered from. The trees weren't aligned the same way. Even the light outside felt slightly rotated, like the world had turned without me noticing. I stepped out quickly. Too quickly. The second my foot hit the ground outside, the door behind me closed by itself. No slam. No force. Just a soft final click. Like something had finished a sentence. I turned back immediately. The house was still there, but now the windows were dark. No light. No warmth. Just empty glass staring at me like it had never been alive at all. My stomach tightened. That's not possible, I said out loud. But the forest didn't care. It never did. I started walking fast, trying to retrace my steps. The path should have been there. The way I came in. I remembered trees, a bend in the soil, a broken branch I had stepped over. But none of it was there now. Just endless trunks, all looking the same. Too perfect, too arranged, like the forest had been reset. My radio crackled suddenly on the ground behind me. I spun around so fast I almost fell. It was lying where I had dropped it earlier. I swear I hadn't gone back. But it was there, and it was turned on. A voice came through immediately. My voice again. But wrong. Not just recorded. Not just delayed. This one sounded closer to panic. No exit this way. Don't come back this way. Then static. Then silence. My heart started beating harder. Because I hadn't said that. I hadn't even thought it. The forest shifted slightly in the distance. Not visually, but emotionally. Like it had heard the message too. I picked up the radio slowly. My hands were shaking now. Who is this? I said. No answer. Only breathing. Not mine. Not human. But familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. Then a soft sound came from behind me. Footsteps. Again. I turned fast. Nothing. But the trees had moved closer. I swear they had. The space between them was shrinking. Like the forest was slowly tightening around me. I started walking again, faster now. trying different directions. Left, right, back again. Every time, the result was the same. No opening, no exit, just more forest. And worse, familiar shapes in the distance. Not figures this time. Structures, houses, fragments of buildings appearing between trees like they were growing out of them. I stopped completely. My mouth went dry because I recognized one of them. A small porch, a broken railing, a window with a curtain half hanging. It was the same house, the one I had just left, but it was impossible. It couldn't be here. I turned back quickly, trying to prove it wrong. But behind me, another house appeared. Same shape, same window, same door, all slightly different angles, like copies scattered through a broken reflection. My breathing got faster. No, 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 no. The forest didn't respond. It just adjusted. I felt it before I saw it. The space shifting again. The feeling of being repositioned without moving. Like the world was rotating around me instead of me moving through it. And then I understood something I didn't want to understand. I wasn't lost in the forest. The forest was reorganizing itself around me to keep me inside. My radio crackled again, this time louder, clearer, and the voice came through not as static, but as speech. Calm, patient, leaving requires returning the same way. I froze, because I knew that wasn't advice. It was a rule. Something had just explained how this place worked, and I hated that I understood it instantly. I turned slowly in a circle, trying to find anything stable, anything unchanged, but every direction showed me the same thing now. Paths that didn't connect, houses that repeated, trees that bent slightly inward, like everything was closing. I started walking again, but slower, carefully now, testing each step like it mattered. Every few seconds I checked behind me, because I could feel it, something following the rhythm of my movement, not rushing, matching. Then I saw it, a break in the trees, small, barely noticeable, a gap. My chest tightened with hope so fast it hurt. I moved toward it immediately, faster now. But as I got closer, something changed. The gap wasn't opening. It was moving away, like it was aware of me. I stopped. It stopped. I stepped forward. It stepped back. My stomach dropped. No way. I tried again. Same result. The opening in the forest was keeping distance from me. Not randomly. Deliberately, like it was avoiding being used, like it didn't want to be a way out. Behind me, the houses creaked softly. Not wind, not decay, something inside them adjusting. I didn't look back this time, because I already knew. They were watching me again. All of them. I turned slowly anyway, and saw the truth I had been avoiding. The houses weren't random. They were forming a circle around me, slowly tightening, closing gaps I hadn't even noticed before. I stepped back instinctively. The circle tightened slightly. I stepped forward. It expanded just enough to keep me inside. Always centered, always balanced, like I was the thing everything was built around. My radio fell from my hand. I didn't even notice until it hit the ground. The voice came through one last time. Soft, almost gentle. You can't leave the same way you entered. Then silence. Complete. Heavy, final. I looked up at the trees again, and for the first time, I saw something above them. Not sky, not light, but structure, a faint outline of something like a ceiling. Not physical, not real in a normal sense, but present, like the forest was inside something larger. Something shaped, something contained. My throat tightened, and I finally understood the worst part. This wasn't a place you got lost in. It was a place you got arranged into. The houses shifted again, closer this time, and one of the doors slowly opened, waiting, not for me to escape, but for me to continue. Somewhere deeper in the circle, something moved that I couldn't see. And for the first time since I arrived, I wasn't sure if I was still walking into the forest, or if the forest had already walked into me. The tape was already playing when I realized I shouldn't be hearing anything at all. Just static at first. Low, wet, like something breathing through broken speakers. Then a voice came through. Mine. But I hadn't spoken yet. That's what made my hand freeze halfway to the recorder. I stood in that storage unit, surrounded by metal doors and dust-heavy silence, and listened to myself say, "If you're hearing this, then you opened it." I didn't move, didn't breathe properly, because I hadn't recorded anything like this. I was just here to inventory abandoned units. That's it. That's what the job was supposed to be. But the tape didn't care what I was supposed to be doing. It kept going. My voice again, quieter this time. "And if you opened it, then you already know something is wrong." A sharp crack of static cut through. Then silence. Just long enough for my brain to try and convince itself it was fake. A prank, old audio. Someone messing around before storage abandonment. But then I saw the label on the cassette. No brand. Just a number written in faded black ink. My case number. The missing person file I had been reviewing earlier today. My throat tightened, because I hadn't brought this tape here. I hadn't even known it existed. The storage unit was supposed to be empty. That's what the record said. Unit 1127, vacant, unclaimed, unused for years. But the box sitting in the center of the floor said otherwise. Small wooden, not industrial, not official. Just placed, like someone wanted it to be found. The tape clicked again. Play resumed on its own. My voice returned. Don't trust what you see in the unit. A pause. Then something softer. Especially the corners. My eyes went there instantly without thinking. The corners of the room were dark. Too dark. Not just shadow. Something denser. Like the light was being rejected there. I stepped back slowly. The door behind me should have been open. I remembered leaving it open. I always leave doors open. But it was closed now. Not just closed. Sealed. No handle visible from this side. Just smooth metal where an exit should have been. My chest tightened. The tape continued. A new sound layered under my voice now. Breathing. Not mine. Too close to the microphone. Too patient. You're inside it now, my recorded voice said. And then, as if noticing something I couldn't see. Don't look at the corners. My head turned anyway. Because that's what fear does. It makes you obey the thing it tells you not to do. At first, I didn't see anything. Just darkness pressed into geometry. But then the corner shifted. Not visually. Conceptually. Like my brain finally decided to accept there was something there. A shape. Folded wrong. Too still to be a person. Too aware to be an object. It didn't move, but I felt it notice me. The tape hissed louder. My voice sounded closer now, almost whispering into my ear instead of coming from the device. You brought it in with you. My stomach dropped. I didn't, I said out loud immediately. But my voice cracked halfway through. Because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure of anything anymore. The storage unit suddenly felt smaller. Not physically, but like the walls were remembering where I stood. Adjusting. Measuring. The tape clicked again. A new segment started. But this time, it wasn't just my voice. There was another voice underneath it. Faint. Female. Broken. Not fully formed. Still here. My breath stopped. That phrase again. Still here. It wasn't random. It was repeating across everything I'd touched today. Like it was becoming part of the environment. Or like the environment was becoming part of it. I moved toward the box slowly, against every instinct I had, because I needed to know what was inside. The tape didn't want me to. My voice on the recording got sharper. No, don't open it. That made me stop, right in front of the box, my hand hovering over the latch. Sweating, trembling. The silence in the unit felt heavier than sound now. I swallowed. I didn't record this, I said again, but softer this time. Like I was trying to convince myself instead of deny it. The tape responded instantly. You did. That single sentence broke something in my chest, because it wasn't said like a threat. It was said like a fact, like gravity, like something that had always been true, even before I knew it. The female voice came again under the static. Closer now, clearer for half a second. You left me here. My fingers twitched. I shouldn't have opened it. I knew that before I even touched the latch. But I still did. The box opened with no resistance. No lock. No sound. Just the feeling of permission. Inside was a second cassette. Smaller, wrapped in paper that looked like it had been handled too many times. On the label, written in different handwriting. Do not play WHILE inside. I laughed once. Short, dry. Not because it was funny. Because my brain couldn't process anything else. The tape in my pocket stopped. Just stopped. Mid-play. Like it was waiting. Like it wanted to see what I would do next. I picked up the second cassette anyway. My fingers felt wrong touching it. Cold. Not temperature cold. Meaning cold. Like holding something that didn't belong in reality. The corners of the room darkened again. More than before. More defined. I could feel them now without looking. Like pressure behind my eyes. The tape in my hand suddenly started spinning. Without a player. Without anything. Just turning. Recording itself. My voice came out again. But this time it wasn't calm. It was panicked. Vast. You opened the second one. Why would you open the second one? Then static. Then a scream. Not loud. Controlled. Like someone trying not to be heard. It stopped abruptly. Silence returned. But it wasn't empty anymore. Something was in it. Something listening. I stepped back toward the door again. My hand hit metal. Still sealed. No chain. No exit. The unit felt colder now. Like temperature was being removed, not added. The female voice came again. This time directly. Not through tape. Not through device. From behind me. Don't leave me again. I turned so fast I almost fell. Nothing. Of course, nothing. But the corners were closer now. That was the only way I could describe it. Closer without moving. I backed up toward the center of the room. The tape in my hand suddenly stopped spinning. The label changed. Right in front of my eyes. The ink rearranging itself. My name appeared on it. Not printed. Written. Fresh. Like it had just been decided. The tape clicked again, and my voice returned one last time. But this time it wasn't warning me. It was pleading. You have to finish listening. A pause. Longer than before. Then the final line. Or it doesn't end with you leaving. The lights in the storage unit flickered once. And for the first time, I realized the corners weren't just watching anymore. They were opening. The moment I pressed play, the air in the storage unit changed. Not loud, not dramatic, just wrong. Like the room recognized the sound before I did. A soft click came from the old tape recorder in my hand, and then there was silence, a heavy one, the kind that feels like it's listening back. I should have stopped it right there. But then the voice came. Calm, close, too close. You finally found it. My fingers went cold around the recorder. I didn't speak. I couldn't, because I never said a word before pressing play. No one was here. I checked the whole unit twice. So how did it know? The voice continued, steady like nothing was strange at all. You always open things you're not supposed to. My throat tightened. This wasn't a recording anymore. It felt like someone sitting next to me, speaking right into my ear without moving their mouth. I looked around the storage unit fast. Dusty shelves, broken furniture, a single flickering bulb swinging slightly like it had started breathing. No one. Still, the voice didn't stop. I saw you at the gas station 3 days ago. You picked up 2 items, paid in cash. You didn't look at the cashier. My stomach dropped. That was true. I hadn't told anyone that. My grip on the recorder tightened so hard it hurt. My mind tried to argue, tried to find logic. Old recording, hidden microphone, edited audio. But then the voice said something worse. You kept the receipt in your left pocket for 11 minutes before throwing it away. My heart stopped for a second, because I didn't remember that part. Or worse, I did. A strange pressure filled my head, like my own memory was being pulled apart slowly, piece by piece, just so this voice could look inside. I hit pause. Silence. Finally, I exhaled too fast, stepping back from the table. My hand was shaking now. I told myself it was some kind of prank, a pre-recorded psychological trick, maybe part of the missing person case. Maybe I was overthinking it. Then the tape started again, without me touching it. The play button was still up, but it moved anyway. Clicking. The voice returned, softer this time. You shouldn't have paused me. My mouth went dry. That wasn't how tapes worked. Nothing about this was how anything worked. I backed toward the door of the unit, eyes locked on the recorder like it might bite me. The voice followed me anyway, steady, patient. I know where you live too. That one hit different. Not fear first. Confusion. Because I didn't even live here permanently. I was staying in a temporary rental across town. Only a few people knew. The voice paused like it was waiting for me to understand something. Then it added, almost gently, You left your window open last night. My breath caught. I didn't remember leaving my window open. But I also didn't remember closing it. A cold thought slipped into my mind that didn't feel like mine. What if I didn't have control over all my memories? I turned off the recorder completely this time, pulled the battery out. My hands moved fast, almost angry. No sound. Finally, I dropped the device on the table and stepped back. For a few seconds, there was only the hum of the flickering bulb. Then, a whisper came from behind me. Not from the recorder, from the room itself. You always think stopping it means it's gone. I froze. My skin went tight all over my arms. Slowly I turned. Nothing behind me, just rows of metal units stretching into darkness. The air felt heavier than before, like it had thickened. My mind started breaking simple rules. Sound should come from a source. Voices should stay inside devices. But this one didn't care. The storage unit light flickered harder now, like it was reacting. The voice continued, closer again. You were at the old highway last week. My chest tightened. I hadn't told anyone about that detour. I remember it clearly now. The empty road, the strange tunnel I never found again when I turned back. I didn't want to think about it, but the voice forced it open anyway. You turned around because you heard something inside it. My throat went dry. I had heard something, a sound like metal scraping from deep underground, like something moving under the road itself. I didn't go in, but now I wondered, did something follow me out instead? A sudden crash broke the silence. The recorder fell off the table by itself. It wasn't plugged in, no battery, no reason. It still landed facing me. And the tape started again, even without power. This time the voice sounded different. Not calm. Aware. You keep trying to disconnect me. I stepped back until my back hit the metal door. Locked. Of course it was locked. My hand fumbled for the handle anyway. The voice grew quieter, almost disappointed. Do you want to know what happens if you keep running from yourself? My stomach twisted. That line didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a warning. Or worse, a truth I didn't understand yet. The storage unit light suddenly went out. Total darkness. Only the recorder glowed faintly now, like it was the only thing still alive in the room. And then the voice said something that made my legs go weak. You're not the one listening to this tape. A long pause. My heartbeat filled my ears. Then it finished. You're the one inside it. The words didn't make sense. Not at first. But my mind started pulling at them anyway, like they were hooks. Inside it. Inside what? The tape. The recording. Or something worse, I wasn't ready to imagine. My breathing got shallow. I tried the door again, harder this time. Metal groaned but didn't move. It felt like the unit had sealed itself shut. The recorder clicked again, even though I wasn't touching it. A new sound came through the speaker. Not voice. Breathing. Slow, close, matching mine. I stopped breathing. It didn't stop. It kept going, perfectly in sync with me. Then the voice came back, softer than before. You'll understand soon. A pause. Then, almost like a secret being shared. When you stop being the one holding the tape. The recorder's light dimmed. My vision blurred slightly, like the room was shifting away from me. And for a second, just one. I wasn't sure if I was standing in the storage unit anymore. Or somewhere smaller. Somewhere dark. Somewhere recorded. The tape hissed again, louder now, like it was nearing the end of something I couldn't see yet. The voice gave one last sentence before cutting out completely. You already started listening a long time ago. Silence fell, but it didn't feel like an ending. It felt like something had just started noticing me back. And as I stood there in the dark, I realized something worse than everything before it. I wasn't alone when I found the tape. I was only late to hearing it. The silence after the tape stopped didn't feel empty. It felt prepared, like something had already taken its place. My hand was still on the recorder, even though I swore I dropped it. My fingers wouldn't let go. The storage unit light flickered once, then steadied into a weak, dying glow. And then the tape started again. But I didn't press anything. I didn't even move. The voice returned. Calm, familiar. Too familiar. You're trying to remember when this started. My stomach tightened instantly. Because I was. I really was. I stepped back slowly, eyes locked on the recorder like it might change shape if I blinked. My mind searched for logic again. Hidden speaker, preloaded audio, someone messing with me. But deep down, something worse was growing. The voice continued. You think it began in the storage unit. A pause, then softer. But you were already listening before you came here. My throat went dry. I tried to think of the first time I heard it, the first moment anything felt off. The highway detour came back first, then the tunnel, then the gas station, then... No, that wasn't right. Those weren't memories. They felt like playback, like someone replaying clips in the wrong order. I shook my head hard, trying to push it away. No, I whispered without meaning to. The voice responded immediately. Yes. One word. Sharp, certain. I froze. It wasn't reacting like a recording anymore. It was reacting like I was part of the conversation. Like it had been waiting for me to answer. My back hit the metal shelf behind me. Cold metal, real, grounding. I needed that. I forced myself to speak. Who are you? My voice sounded weak in the room, small, wrong. A long pause came from the tape. Then, you already know. My hands tightened. That answer should have meant nothing. But it didn't, because my mind started filling in the blank before I stopped it. And I didn't like what it suggested. The voice continued, slower now, almost patient. You've been trying to understand your own actions for a long time. My breathing became uneven. It wasn't wrong, but it wasn't right either. It felt like someone describing me from outside my own head. Like I was a subject, not a person. The recorder clicked again. The tape shifted. A faint hiss filled the air. And then the voice said something that made my skin go cold. Tonight you will go back to the tunnel. My heart jumped. I didn't say anything about the tunnel to anyone. Not even in my notes. Not even to myself fully. But the voice said it like it was scheduled. Like it already happened somewhere else. I stepped forward without thinking. No, I said again, stronger this time. The tape paused. Then the voice replied, almost gently. You always say that before you go. My chest tightened. That sentence didn't feel like prediction. It felt like memory. A memory I didn't own. My head started hurting again, that same pressure from before, like something pressing behind my eyes, trying to push images through. And then, a flash. Not a dream, not imagination. A memory that felt borrowed. I saw myself, standing at the edge of a dark tunnel. The same highway tunnel. My hands shaking. A car door opened behind me. I remember turning back. I remember hearing something inside. I remember deciding not to enter. But now the voice spoke over it. You entered anyway. My breath stopped. The flash twisted. Suddenly, I was inside the tunnel. Dark, wet walls, sound bending strangely. And I was walking. Not running. Not scared. Just walking deeper like I already knew the way. I stumbled back into the present so fast I hit the table. "No, I didn't," I whispered. But my voice didn't sound sure anymore. The tape clicked again, and the voice said, "You did, you just don't remember doing it yet." That sentence broke something in me. Not fear, not panic, something deeper, like the idea of time itself slipping out of place. I stared at the recorder. My hands felt disconnected from my body. I whispered, "Why are you telling me this?" The voice softened. "Because of what came next." A pause. Then, "You are going to record this moment soon." My stomach dropped. I shook my head. "No, I'm not recording anything." The voice didn't argue. It never argued. It just continued like it already knew my denial was temporary. "You will come back here tomorrow night. Same time, same light, same fear." My chest tightened. "And you will press record," it added. My mouth went dry. "No," I said again, but it sounded weaker now. The voice didn't rush. It never rushed. That was the worst part. "You will leave this unit thinking you escaped it." A pause. "But you won't." My mind tried to fight it, tried to separate thought from suggestion. But the more it spoke, the more it felt like I was remembering instead of hearing. Like I wasn't being told the future. I was being reminded of it. I grabbed the recorder suddenly and slammed it against the table. Hard. Plastic cracked. The tape inside jerked. The voice distorted for a second, breaking into static. Then it came back stronger. Angrier. "You think breaking the device changes the recording?" My breathing quickened. I hit it again. Harder. The casing split. The tape inside popped loose slightly. Still, the voice kept going. "You are the recording." I froze. That sentence didn't land like information. It landed like realization. Something inside me shifted. Not physically, mentally, like a door opening in a room I didn't know existed. I stepped back slowly. The storage unit suddenly felt smaller, tighter, like the walls had moved closer while I wasn't looking. The voice softened again, almost sad now. "You keep trying to stop the playback." A pause. "But you are the playback." My vision blurred for a second, and then I saw it. Not a memory, not a flash, a perspective shift. I wasn't holding the recorder. I was inside it, watching myself from somewhere else, standing in this exact room, confused, shaking, trying to understand a voice I couldn't see. And I heard myself say the same words I had already spoken. "Who are you?" My body jerked back into the present so hard I nearly fell. "No," I whispered. My voice cracked. "That's not possible." The tape responded immediately. "Everything you are is possible. It's just not final yet." I backed toward the door. My hand reached for the handle. Locked. Of course. But I hadn't locked it. I was sure I hadn't. The voice grew softer one last time. Not threatening now. Almost instructional. "When you leave this room, you will forget most of this." My heart raced. That's how it always resets. I pounded the door once. Hard. Nothing. And then the final line came. The one that didn't sound like prediction anymore. It sounded like memory closing itself. "But you will come back." A pause. "And next time, you won't ask who I am." The tape hissed. The recorder went silent. But the silence didn't feel like an ending. It felt like something had paused mid-breath, waiting for the next playback. And as I stood there in the dark storage unit, I suddenly wasn't sure anymore. If I was the one listening to the tape, or the one being prepared for it.